See, she's coming. They said she's almost here.
So she's the one
She's
who.
come for the surveillance already.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She's the one we are waiting for to start.
Yes, so she's the one we are waiting for.
Please, let's start. People online have been here.
Hi, colleagues. Do we know who is in the room? I think Tahiru, I think you asked about that. Is Simeon there?
No, Sandra, Simeo is not connected, but we just heard that the minister just arrived at the gate, so we should start few minutes.
Okay.
Yes, Vanessa, thank you.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing. We will begin the program in a few minutes. Kindly bear with us.
necessary to tell you the protocols as regards the use of the hall. So that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. You just go out through the main entrance door. Just go straight opposite the door. It will take you to the convenience. The door to the left-hand side is for the female convenience, while the door to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. Please, no matter how pressed you are advised to always look before you enter so that you don't find yourself in a wrong destination. Aside that, we have no schedule today for a fire drill. Therefore, should be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell that lasts from 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that. That suggests that something might have gone somewhere or it's a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic. Be calm, because we have emergency response team members on ground to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. Then, if evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. One, I still go out through the main entrance door. Just walk towards the main entrance to the large Kwali Hall. You will see 4 exit doors there. As soon as we pass through the exit door, turn to the left, you will see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group, as others are also having their event in the large Kwali Hall. If assembly will not be possible there for whatsoever reason, we have alternative assembly point. And you can get there by going out through the exit door, these 2 exit doors to my left-hand side. As soon as you pass through, you turn to the left, you will start seeing directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then, on the security aspect, this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. It is therefore important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially mobile phones, should not be left unattended should you have a cause to live where you are seated. Maybe going to the convenience, tea break, lunch, or whatsoever your reason for living where you are seated, so that you will not have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for that. So please be guided. Then we pray there will be no medical concern, but should there be any issue, we have certified first aiders all over the needful first aid. We have a hospital just a 5-minute drive away from the hotel. You'll be referred to for proper medical treatment. Then any other incident or emergency that's not medically related, we have ERT member, that's emergency response team, who will do their best. And whatsoever out of our own control, we have relevant government agencies, both within and around the hotel, that will take over from where our own capacity stops. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We 1 hour behind our schedule, but we'll try our best to capture some moments. So please, we'll have the national anthem and then we begin our program. My name is Dr. Oliver Kirui. I'm the country program leader for International Food Policy Research Institute, and I'm also the co-lead of this CGIAR Policy Innovation Hub here in Nigeria. And we are very excited that you're here. National anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. From the lands of liberty, of the brother we stand. Nigeria's own and proud to serve a sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may be seated. the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Ajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, who will be joining us in a moment. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, ably represented by the Director, Federal Department of Agriculture, Alhaji Bukar Musa. Sir Abdullahi Mohammed Nairabi, the National Program Director, Ministry of Women Affairs, and Dr. Adamu Abubakar Daba, Executive Secretary, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, ARCN. Dr. Ekue Dede, the Country Director, IFAD. Dr. Andrea as well from GIZ, our colleagues from the World Bank, and many, many, many more of you. If I go through the protocol, the list is long. Allow me to say, your distinguished excellencies, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, both in the room and those joining us online, on behalf of the International Food Policy Research Institute, the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, and our CGIAR partners, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this important policy dialogue on the expanding partnership for transformative impact, that is accelerating Nigeria's agricultural food system transformation. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to all of you for making the time to join us today, particularly our colleagues from government, development partners, and private sector and civil society. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to shaping a more resilient, inclusive, and productive agri-food system for Nigeria. Nigeria stands at a very critical junction. The country has placed agriculture and food system at the center of its development agenda, and as a pathway to economic transformation, job creation, reducing the cost of living, and building climate resilience. This is clearly articulated in the key frameworks such as the NATIP, the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, and the National Development Plan. At the same time, as implementation deepens, the new continental commitments such as CAADP Kampala Declaration taking shape, the complexity of the policy decisions continues to grow. We are increasingly confronted with difficult trade-offs, including between productivity and sustainability, between growth and inclusion, between immediate needs and long-term resilience. And this is the context. Evidence matters more than ever. Yet many of you agree the challenge is not the lack of evidence. Nigeria and CGIAR, working alongside national partners, has generated substantial policy-relevant knowledge. The real challenge lies in how that evidence is used, how it informs decision, how it translates into action, and how it responds to the real policy questions and implementation constraints. And this is precisely why we are here today. So this dialogue is not just another meeting. It is a working platform bringing together policymakers, researchers, implementers, and partners to do three things. One is to strengthen the policy research partnership. The second element is to inform the ongoing policy decisions with actionable evidence. And lastly, but importantly, to jointly define the research priorities that will shape Nigeria's food systems beyond 2027. So importantly, today's discussion are designed to be very interactive and problem-oriented, focused, not on presentations alone, but on real policy challenges and practical solutions. So I don't want to continue with a lot of talk and say, but we're really glad that all of you are here. We look forward to a very rich and candid and forward-looking discussion. Once again, thank you for being here and welcome. So we have some few logistical notes. When you walk outside straight, you'll find the restrooms. There will be a break in between. The program is not long, it's a half-a-day program. You will have already received a copy of the program. And we'll have a few speeches that will come online because some of our colleagues were not able to make it to Abuja today. And we're going to start with those introductory remarks right away. First would be, we'll get a video message from the International Food Policy Director General, Dr. Johan Swinen. That will be followed also with a message from the Director General of International Institute for Tropical Agriculture shortly. So, please.
I offer my congratulations to the many colleagues across the CGIAR and our partner organizations who have made the launch of this Policy Innovation Hub possible. Policy Innovation Hubs serve as a link between the CGIAR's international expertise and national research systems. They build on and they strengthen existing collaborations and local assets for greater impact and capacity sharing. The hubs will lead to collaborative research that advances pro-poor policies and will strengthen analytical capabilities within local institutions. In times of global disruptions, global volatility, translating science into policy is imperative to achieve bold and urgent development goals. Policy Innovation Hubs will achieve this goal by serving as platforms for national partners to take the lead in generating and implementing evidence-based and research-based solutions to their most pressing challenges. By promoting the key goals of the CGIAR Policy Innovation Science programs, which include developing analytical capabilities, facilitating efficient markets, improving social programs, and strengthening governance. In this way, the hubs will advance the entire 2025-2030 research portfolio of the CGIAR. They will move us closer to a more prosperous, a more secure, and a more sustainable future for us all. As a policy research institute, IFPRI is proud and excited to help and support the 5 hubs which are this year being launched by the science program. They are being launched in Ethiopia, in India, in Kenya, in Malawi, and in Nigeria. While unfortunately I cannot be today with you in person, I thank the many partners who have joined us in embarking on this new step and working together. Collaboration with national leadership, with government ministries, local research institutions, and development partners more generally are what powers the impact of CGIAR science. Thank you very much. I look forward to listening and hearing about the discussions today, and also obviously to collaborating, to working together in the coming weeks, months, and years. Thank you very much.
Check. Thank you. Next on stage will be a remarks from the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, DG, ably represented by the Deputy Director General, Dr. Tairu. I think he's joining us online.
Yes. Oliver, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. I think we'll see you shortly as well. Please, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Hajia Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, represented by my brother Bukar Musa, the Director, Federal Department of Agriculture, the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Council, my sister Dede, the Country Director of IFAD, our own Director, Chief Scientist of the CGIAR, Dr. Sandra Milak, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, all protocols duly observed. It's a distinguished honor and pleasure for me to give this opening remark on behalf of the Director General of the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Dr. Simeo Ewi, who is unavoidably not available for this meeting today. This meeting is very important for us as ITA and for CGIAR because country engagement is really one of the critical way of us establishing how we are supporting our countries, and the hub is one of those instruments that are critical for it. The choice of Nigeria to hub hosts one of the hubs is not a fortuitous one. If you are all aware, Nigeria has consistently demonstrated strong policy ambitions through frameworks such as the National Development Plan of 2021-2025 and the National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy, NATIP, 2022-2027. These frameworks that the country has enabled underscore the country's commitment to institutional strengthening, inclusive growth, economic diversification, and human capital development. The core of the vision of the Nigerian government's recognition that agriculture and food systems are central to achieving inclusive economic transformation and progressing toward high economic status. Pathways for food system transformation, coupled with reforms ranging from fertilizer policy to youth agripreneurship, are influential at the national investment, but also generating employment and enhancing resilience to climate and economic shocks. However, implementation and acceleration, while doing that, policymakers are confronted with increasingly complex decisions that includes how to prioritize investment, sequence reforms, and manage trade-off of life between agricultural productivity, climate resilience, inclusion, nutrition, and others. The International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, and IFPRI and other CGIAR partners, in collaboration with our national partners in Nigeria, have generated a wealth of policy-relevant evidence that could be used to bridge the gap that remains in translating these evidences in actionable research. And that's where our policy programs come in. In response to this, the CGIAR Policy Innovation Science Program is officially launched today in Nigeria, and this hub role is to strengthen and expand the policy research partnership among CGIAR policy programs, Nigerian government institutions, national research organizations, and other stakeholders engaged in agri-food system transformation. It aims also to inform ongoing policy discussion and implementation decisions by drawing on insight from past and current research co-developed by Nigerian partners. Identify and prioritize policy and national demands for policy-relevant research beyond 2027, aligned with emerging policies and priorities in Nigeria. The hub adopts an interactive and demand-driven approach centered on real policy questions and implementation exercise. It creates a platform for mutual learning and co-creation for identification of forward-looking research agenda and also identification of critical gaps to support and inform decision-making. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, that the choice of IITA and the IFPRI to lead this hub in Nigeria is not also fortuitous. It's based on our country presence, our convening power, and also our contribution and relationship with the Nigerian government institution and research institution. The hub will generate high-quality data and rigorous evidence to guide policy decisions, strengthen implementation, and support agri-food transformation. It will serve as a platform to structure evidence-informed dialogue among CGIAR, national research for development partners, and government institutions. Finally, our policy represents a significant step, in our view, toward a more collaborative, adaptive, research-oriented policy-making ecosystem. By strengthening the linkages between our research and policy, the hub will enhance Nigeria's capacity to design and also implement policies that are evidence-based, actionable, but impactful, advancing inclusive and sustained economic growth. On those notes, I would like to thank everyone for making the time to join us on this official launching, and also tell you that this is the beginning of a long series of dialogue that we'll be having with you all in how to enhance policy and research impact in Nigeria. Thank you very much on behalf of IITA. That's the end of the message that I have received to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tairu. To continue giving us a little bit more on the CGIAR robust and transformative 2025-2030 research portfolio, it's my pleasure now to invite our chief scientist, the CGIAR chief scientist, Dr. Sandra Milach, to give us the formal remarks as well. She's joining us online from Nairobi.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So honorable ministers, Deputy Director General of IATA, Dr. Tairu, my colleague, distinguished representatives of government ministries, national research institutions, the private sector, and development partners. We really want to welcome you to this important policy dialogue today. So Nigeria holds a very special place in CGIAR's work, with a population of over 200 million, which is the largest economy in Africa, and also with extraordinary agricultural diversity. We know that what works in Nigeria matters for the continent and the world in that matter. And CGIAR is really privileged, and more than that, is honored to be a long-lasting and long-standing partner. Let me start talking a little bit about the CGIAR science portfolio that I had the honor to lead with many colleagues. Let me give you a little bit brief picture of what the CGIAR brings scientifically to this partnership with Nigeria, and why we believe that 2025-2030 portfolio is especially well suited to Nigeria's ambitions. So the CGIAR science programs are not discipline silos. They are actually integrated research platforms designed to tackle the real complexity of food, land, and water systems, that nexus that is so important. And that also across climate shocks, market failures, nutrition gaps, and governance challenges. All that looking at the same time simultaneously. So several of the CGIAR flagship science programs connect directly to Nigeria's priorities. Let me give you some examples on that. Like on food systems transformation, our work spans crop improvement, soil health, market systems, and dietary diversity. Another example on climate resilience, we combine agronomic research with early warning systems and climate smart practices. We also work on gender and youth inclusion. Our programs are generating evidence on how to ensure that agri-food transformation creates opportunities for women and young people, not just for large-scale producers. And in fact, today we are here in Nairobi discussing that with World Bank and IFAD on how we actually do help in that regard. We are also investing in digital infrastructure and all tools for market intelligence and market advisory service. And we continue investing on capacity sharing initiatives, connecting partners to deliver where capacity is most needed. So among our portfolio, let me just spotlight today the Policy Innovation Science Program, who is actually co-leading this important hub launch with our important centers who have bring a lot of capabilities. Of course, IATA for its presence in Nigeria, but also IPRI for its capabilities in policy, in science policy for many years. So this policy innovation science program is part of a connective tissue, and as such is designed really to work very closely with all the other science programs at the CGIAR science portfolio so that they can be policy ready for governments like Nigeria's. So let me talk a little bit why Nigeria, and you see we are launching 5 hubs only across the globe, and Nigeria is one of them. And why Nigeria? Nigeria is not only a beneficiary of science, CGIAR science. Nigeria's national research institutions, scientists, and policy experts contribute to global knowledge. We do believe that truly. The creation model we are embedding through the policy innovation hubs formalizes that. That's, I think, is our opportunity, making Nigerian insights visible in global platforms and ensuring that our global research agenda is shaped by also Nigeria's realities. I want to acknowledge the strength of existing partnerships that includes, of course, IFRI and ITA, as I mentioned before, but also the National University in Nigeria and the government research institutes that are so key to that matter. These are foundations, we believe, in the hub, and is what we will build the hub on those foundations. So to conclude, let me actually make you an invitation. So, and that is about to shape what comes next. That is the invitation. In our 2025-30 portfolio, when we design it with flexibility to be able to pivot, to adapt to the new realities and the needs of the countries. As Nigeria enters the CAADP Kampala implementation cycle and prepares for post-NDP planning, there is a real opportunity for us to align CGIAR's research priorities with Nigeria's emerging evidence needs. So I encourage today everyone in this room, particularly from government and national research institutions, to engage directly with our program leads today and where you see the greatest gaps. This is going to be extremely important so that we can shape our portfolio to really respond to your needs. That conversation is exactly what this dialogue is for. Thank you so much for coming today. I'm really, really excited for the day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for joining us, and thank you for those very important remarks. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of Ebio Agun, the Special Assistant to the Minister of Youth Development, and who is also not yet on our behalf, but also to represent the Minister of Youth Development. And thank you. You're welcome. And one more person also, just to appreciate the presence of Dr. Ibrahim Tanimu, the Director of Policy Planning and Policy Coordination, Ministry of. Thank you so much. At this juncture, it's my pleasure as well to welcome my co-lead of the Policy Innovation Hub, but also our CGIAR country convener here in Nigeria, Dr. Aline Mugisho, to the stage to take the next steps and give us a speech a little bit more. Tell us more about CGIAR in Nigeria. Thank you. Please give a hearty welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and sincere apologies again for starting a bit late. It's a great pleasure to sit here today and see some level of outcome of the different engagement we've had in the past. But before I go quickly and dive deep into that, I would like to first, again, recognize the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, in absentia here, but that will be joining us very soon. I would like to, again, stand on all existing protocol previously established by my colleagues and welcome you. I see a great representation for high-level partners, development partners, research institutions, and the key people that indeed this room needs to have this policy discussion continued. I wouldn't say started, because the starting of this debate was, or dialogue was already 2 years ago, as some of you would remember. My name is Aline Mugisho, and it is my pleasure here this morning to again invite you to the official launch of the hub, the Policy Innovation Hub. We've heard you several times, not only partners, but also government colleagues, national research institutions, National Agricultural Research Extension Services, farmers here represented, associations of farmers, young people, women, and everyone that has felt the important urge for us to have a one spots, a one-stop shop for policy. But that's not only about policy in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we understand that policy is interconnected to the different implementation access and the bottlenecks that eventually we get to face as a country and how it affects regional food security dynamics. And today is the beginning of a decisive action, one that builds on what we called 2 years ago. For those of you that may recall, in 2024 February, we launched a consultation process called the listening session. And the listening session was eventually for us to respond and to understand the national policy needs and also how we can best align with national priorities and agendas. This process took place not only in Africa, but across the world. And on our different global centers, we agreed the importance of aligning and consulting with direct country needs is very important. And today, in Nigeria, my colleagues have previously spoken, Sandra, Dr. Tahiru, of how Nigeria has advanced, and it's very important to highlight a few advancements. I think in terms of the policy, we all know that Nigeria has some of the best. We don't have any doubt about that. And we should give ourselves another round of applause for that. It's a step forward. And nevertheless, we also understand the important gap between the actual good policy and its implementation. And we're not saying that as CGIAR, we do know how to address these gaps. Indeed, that is the core purpose or the main purpose for this discussion today, because the dialogue will continue to inform us on the important priorities as far as policy implementation is concerned, but also evidence-based. It has happened in the past that several policies are designed, but are they evidence-based? Are we responding to the right needs that is required? Are we aligning with regional priorities and focus in terms of, we've spoken about the CAADP platform, but are we also looking into the AFCTA? What are the kind of challenges that hinder regional dynamics on food security? And how can we best inform this agenda with the evidence that is being produced on the one hand? But on the other hand, we also have another important elephant in the room. We've just done too much work, whether it's CGIAR level or at national level, and the silos have led to minimal impact. I wouldn't say minimal impact, so to speak, but this minimal impact is not felt, not on our markets, not on our global positioning, and indeed not on the everyday lives of Nigerians. But policy can change that. And implementation of good policy, timely evidence-based policy, can help the government to make the right decision as far as investment is concerned. And these are some of the aspects that this hub is going to be addressing. And in Nigeria, we've done several consultations. These consultations will continue as far as CGIAR is concerned. In a moment, I'm going to introduce my colleague Sam, who is going to speak to the different programs and area of works that we are going to be addressing as part of this Policy and Innovation Hub. But while we are at that, it is very important to say that even the donor community, the development partners, can only align with national priorities if these are evidence-based, accurately documented, and represent the priorities that can really lead to the impact required. Food security is not a gist. Food security is not a myth. And the food insecurity that continue to impose on us the image of a very hungry African child, it's not a moment of pride. And we cannot have so much knowledge in a country so much knowledge, so much research done. And at our level, I would like to take a moment of pride to say the CGIAR has developed groundbreaking technologies. Are we seeing these technologies on the ground? Are we seeing the changes that required in the life and economics of everyday farmers? Is the policy the issue? If policy is not the issue, is it implementation the issue? If implementation is not the issue, where is the issue? Evidently, there is an issue somewhere because food security is still not achieved, nor attained, not at the national level, most of our people are still living beyond poverty line and cannot afford a healthy, nutritious meal daily. The impact of that on our educational system, the workforce for the future, the impact of that on our health systems can be felt today and will continue to be felt unless we do put forward a platform and grounds that addresses not only us as researchers, but the people that are investing, the government, the donor community, the development partners, and align on a collective agenda to break these silos. We do hope indeed that in Nigeria, this hub will be at least the beginning of such initiatives. And that's, I want you to know that we're open for business. It's not one of those everyday hub launch, whether it is at IITA or at IFPRI, ILRI, UMI, Africa Rice, you name it, ICRISAT, our doors are open. Our research is free. We don't charge for what we've produced. You can have access to it. It's open access. You can make use of it. And if you don't know how to make use of it, we are open. Please do come to the hub and let us know how we can best support. It is indeed a great privilege to stand here at this very critical moment where we have to decide on which side of the borderline we're going to stay. The one that is changing the future or the one that is killing the future. I know that we have several upcoming initiatives, the WAVE program from the Ministry of Women Affairs, the Youth Development Minister has just launched what he calls the Youth in Agriculture Land Trust Funds to unlock bureaucratic bottlenecks, but also access to land and productive resources. These are all initiatives that can eventually continue to be framed into proper policy. And once framed into policy, I am confident, looking at this room, that we have indeed enough resources, not only in terms of human, but capacity, but also in terms of financial resources, because eventually these determine how the future of this country is going to be. I'll have to disrupt this and welcome my own sister, Haja Iman Suleiman, the Minister of Women Affairs. You're welcome. And at that note, concludes that the hub is not for an exclusive few. I hear everyday people say farmers don't know how to read, or most of them are not school educated, but they don't have to. If you and I are educated, we can bring the knowledge to them. I hear every day that they left out when it comes to policy, design, and implementation. It is true, perhaps. Knowledge is not readily available or availed to them. But with the hub and great collaboration with government, we do indeed hope that we can make use of each and every resource available to us to be able to change the face of agriculture and food security. Again, thank you so much. for your time. Colleagues, GIZ, IFAD, World Bank, you've made great investment in these processes. We do want to also thank our donors, the countries that continue to ensure that our research continue and is funded. We do want, again, to thank Nigeria, our host country. And again, I want to make a plea and a call to each and every one of us. It has to be a decision we have made that indeed, after gathering such as this, action must take place. Thank you very much. And again, this launch is open today. Is your home for policy, is your home for evidence, and it's continued to be your home for uniting around a collective agenda. We're here for you, and we're open for business. Thank you. At this point, I will invite my colleague Sam to come and tell us about the different area of work that will inform the operation of this hub.
Thank you, Aline. So before I get into the areas of work, I would like to give some opening remarks from Dr. Clemens Breisinger, who is the director of this science program, the Policy Innovation Science Program. So, dear Honorable Haija Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister of Women Affairs, other ministers well represented and standing on all protocols established, colleagues from Nigerian partner institutions, CGIAR colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the launch of the Nigeria CGIAR Policy Innovations Hub launch event today. CGIAR is the world's largest research for development organization, and it is comprised of 15 centers that work together with international, regional, and national partners to transform food, land, and water systems. In 2025, the CGIAR has embarked on a new 6-year portfolio. An important feature of this 2025 to 2030 portfolio is that the CGIAR becomes even partner-centric and partner-led. The co-creation of research, innovations, and policy change are at the core of how we work together at global, regional, and country levels. An important aim of the new portfolio is that it allows our partners and the centers work more effectively and efficiently together through science programs and accelerators. All our work is based on needs, the demand from partners, and each CGIAR center's comparative advantage. The portfolio is organized in various programs and accelerators, and one of these programs is the Policy Innovations Program. A major focus of the Policy Innovations Program are the Policy Innovations Hubs, initially in 5 countries, starting with Nigeria, India, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Kenya. The launch of the Nigeria Policy Innovation Hub represents a forward-looking step towards institutionalizing continuous engagement, accelerating the flow of insights from research to policy, and supporting coordinated action for resilient and inclusive food systems. The hub serves as a collaborative platform for all research institutions, including national and international partners, to work seamlessly, enabling continuous exchange of evidence and insights on policy-relevant innovations with policymakers and the broader research community to support informed and coordinated decision-making. I'd like to share a video that really explains what these policy hubs are all about. So kindly play the video.
Persistent poverty and food insecurity remain a daily reality for millions. As global uncertainty rises, stable jobs disappear, leaving families and the next generation facing an increasingly unpredictable future. Our food systems are under constant, compounding stress, struggling to adapt to volatile trade shifts, institutional instability, and the relentless pressure of water scarcity and the climate crisis. One of the biggest hurdles to transforming our food systems? A lack of data and high-quality research that decision-makers can actually use. Without clear evidence, policy becomes a guessing game. To overcome these, we need innovative solutions that inform the policies leading to healthier lives and a thriving planet. One promising solution is the CGIAR country policy hubs that drive country-level change through constant dialogue and engagement, ensuring every policy action is co-created and informed by real-time evidence. Our policy hubs focus on 5 key areas of work, using AI-driven models to make complex data accessible. This provides policymakers with the clear evidence they need to create stable jobs and a thriving planet. But science only works when it's shared. We partner with national governments and local institutions to share capacity, aligning global expertise with local priorities for true national ownership. The result: smarter policies, stronger local institutions, a future with less poverty, more jobs, and secure food and water for all. The Policy Innovation Hub will be working across Kenya, Malawi, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and India. Are you in the loop? Follow us on social media and be part of the transformation.
Thank you. So thank you all, especially to IITA and IFPRI for leading this important platform. And thank you, Oliver and Aline, for your leadership. We are looking forward to a productive day and working with all of you over the coming years. Thank you. So now I'd like to move on to give a brief taste of some of the activities that are currently ongoing in Nigeria. And to do that, I will focus, I will request that the slide is brought up. Okay, next slide, please. So here is a list of some of the activities that are currently ongoing in Nigeria. And these are being led by different CGIAR centers. So one of them is this policy brief that is being worked on by Africa Rice, and it's a policy brief on rice policy in Nigeria, including actions and investment required to achieve the national rice sector objective in Nigeria by using these modeling tools. Another piece of work is the evaluating of alternative agriculture advisory design for the communication of risk in agricultural investments, which is led by CIMIT. Then we have this tool that is called the Policy Alignment and Implementation Diagnostic tool, which will examine the degree to which policy decisions related to agriculture commercialization are actually implemented. And if not, why not? This is being led by IFPRI. We also have this program. Thank you. And this is a program that is with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and Department of Irrigation and Drainage, which is an agricultural water productivity policy landscape diagnostic tool, which will be conducted, which maps policy coherence, gaps, and institutional mandates across key frameworks, and will be providing government agencies and development partners with evidence-based analysis to identify reform priorities and support irrigation scaling. And that is by IFPRI. We also have the analyzing of the impact of rice policy in Nigeria over the last 10 years that is being conducted by Africa Rice. IITA is working on a specialized agricultural services for youth job creation, which is a common theme across the 5 countries that we are talking about. And then there is also a public spending, expenditure, and youth engagement in agriculture piece of work that is being led by IFPRI. We also have 2 ongoing studies based on surveys that were conducted in Oyo and Kaduna states. And finally, we also have a scoping study for irrigation, water management, and with a Nexus operational roadmap and gender responsive business finance models in Nigeria, which is being led by IMI. And to just give you a quick sort of overview of this program, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Birhanu, from the International Water Management Institute.
Apologies, Dr. Biramo. You are home. You understand. I've seen some new faces in the room and would like to acknowledge them. Netherlands Embassy and other colleagues. I continue to stand on the previously established protocol and duly observing it. It's now a very important time of this program for me to introduce a woman I proudly call a sister. We call her Woman Commando for her trailblazing initiatives. She is the Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria. She is an activist. She believes in women. She believes in farmers. And she has created one of the most revolutionary programs. My dear sister, Iman Suleiman, it is my pleasure to welcome you on this platform to let us know how we can do best.
Thank you very much. Please kindly sit. That's why it's good to have strong sisters everywhere, because even the way you're introduced is different. Ladies, gentlemen, permit me to apologize for coming in late. I was told that you're running late, so I had to touch on a different program. It's been a busy morning for me today. May I start by recognizing the Director General of the IITA? May I also recognize representatives from the CGIAR, IFPRI, the World Bank, IFAD, GIZ, other distinguished research institutions that are present, our development partners, our policymakers, the private sector leaders, members of the diplomatic and development community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully acknowledge the well-established protocol for those that have not acknowledged. Good morning. It is with great honor and pleasure that I join you at this launch of the CGIAR Policy Innovation Hub in Nigeria. This is an important high-level policy dialogue on Nigeria's agri-food systems transformation. Let me sincerely begin by appreciating all the partners that are here present supporting this great initiative. In ensuring that we partner, I also commend the convening of this platform. May I commend your commitment to strengthening the link between research, policy, partnership, and practical implementation in one of the most critical sectors of our dear nation's development. This gathering is not just another policy event. It's an important opportunity to reflect on the kind of food systems Nigeria must build if we're to achieve inclusive growth, sustainable livelihoods, food security, resilience, and our shared prosperity. Nigerians' agricultural future cannot be secured through fragmented action. We must now move deliberately towards a model that integrates evidence, innovation, financing, gender inclusion, productive capacity, market systems, and institutional coordination. Our country has enormous agricultural potential. We have land, we have the people, we have demand, we have entrepreneurial energy. We also have a large domestic market and access to the regional and international opportunities. But transforming potential into prosperity requires more than ambition. It requires intentional, systematic approach. And one of the strongest foundations of that approach must be intentional inclusion and economic empowerment of our women. Let me say clearly, Nigeria cannot fully transform its agro-food systems without transforming the role women play within that system. Women are indispensable actors in agriculture and food systems. They contribute significantly to farming, to processing, storage, trade, and household nutrition, in turn, community stability. Yet in practice, many women remain structurally excluded from the very resources and opportunities needed to maximize their productivity and prosperity. Too many women still face barriers in access to productive assets, quality inputs, finance, market systems, training, technology, value addition opportunities, and structured participation in scalable agricultural enterprise. This is not only a gender gap, it's an economic inefficiency, it's a development gap, it's a national opportunity gap. At the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, we believe that women's empowerment must move beyond welfare language into the domain of productive economic power. We must reposition women not only as valuable population to be supported, but as an active driver of enterprise, value creation, food security, employment, and national prosperity. This is one of the reasons we continue to support frameworks and partnerships that place women at the center of development action, especially within agriculture and agro-industrial value chains. It is also the thinking behind our commitment to the Women Agro Value Expansion Program, our flagship program known as the Renewed Hope Wave 774, a strategic platform designed to expand women's participation across the agricultural value chain. WAVE is built on a simple but a powerful principle. True empowerment must go beyond subsistence support and create pathways for women to participate meaningfully in the full chain of value creation. That means supporting women not only in production, but also in aggregation, processing, branding, packaging, market access, enterprise development, and export readiness. Thank you, he for she, because what I see is the men clapping. Because they know what that means. It means more money for everyone. Vision is to help women move upwards from labor to ownership, from informal survival to structured enterprise, from local participation to scalable economic relevance. This is why today's dialogue is very, very important to all of us. We need stronger platforms where research informs policy, where evidence shapes investments, where innovation supports grassroots realities, and partnerships move from paper commitments to measurable outcomes. The launch of the CGIAR Policy Innovation Hub offers Nigeria a valuable opportunity to strengthen the bridge between knowledge generation and national execution. This is essential because agriculture today is no longer just about production. It's about systems. It's about climate resilience. It's about data. It's about livelihood. It's also about nutrition, about jobs, about industrial linkages, and increasingly, it's about how intentional we design inclusion in the structure of opportunity. If policy does not reach the farm, the processor, the trader, the cooperative, the young entrepreneur, the rural women, the policy has not yet achieved the full purpose. As we think about the next phase of transformation, I would like to respectfully highlight a few strategic priorities. First is gender inclusion. Gender inclusion must be intentional, not symbolic. Women must be integrated into agricultural transformation from the design stage. This includes land access conversations, financial models, extension services, mechanization support, the digital tools, cooperative systems, and market linkage strategy. I would like to pause and tell you a story. I have an auntie who calls me every month for support. And then one day she watched the TV and she saw the First Lady advocating for every home a garden. And she called me to say, oh, please, can you support me with some money? I would like to go back to farming because I've always done some kind of farming. And I said, how much do you need? She said, 500,000. I said, okay. I didn't even ask for what or for, the specific plan. I just sent her 500,000 because this is somebody that I sent her money every month for feeding. I'm like, okay, thank God, it's a business, let me support. So a few months later, she sends me videos of her in the farm, her rice farm with her children. She had farmed, she said, almost about 4 plots, 2 for herself, 2 for me. And after a few months, she was able to harvest over 100 bags of rice. And that was a time when a bag of rice was almost 100,000. So you can see from somebody who gets support of about 100, 200,000 every month to earning almost about 1 million. And I said, what? Almost about 10 million. I said, what are you going to do with the rice? She said, I'm going to sell some and I'm going to feed my community with the rest. This is what happens when you support women. Today, as I speak to you, this year she cultivated 8 plots and she also has a little poultry. And she says that in her home with her children, they eat over 1 crate of egg every day. So that's also solving a lot of problems, not just that of economic empowerment, but also nutrition. It means that they have protein, they have everything that they need. Yes, sorry. So that's why I'm so passionate about ensuring that women are part of the agro systems, and not just as beneficiaries, but also as business owners. I'd like to also tell you another story of my auntie just here in Nasarawa State. She came to stay with us after we lost our mom. She's very close to my beloved mom. And then she said, oh, I'm leaving, but I'm not happy that I'm going. I said, why? You're going to see your children. She said, no, I have to go back to the life of toiling. I said, what does that mean? She said, we have to walk to the farm for hours every day, almost 2 hours. I said, whose farm? She said, Uncle's farm. I said, really, in Nasarawa State? She said, yes. I said, how much do you earn? She said, the women earn 20,000 every month. After working from morning, they work there from 6 to 8, they work on the farm, and then they walk back from 4 to 6 back home because the place is not lit, and then they have to get home before it's dark. And they earn 20,000, but the men, guess what? The men earn 40,000 because they're heads of households. And I said, no, that time is gone. Today in Nigeria, we have more female-headed households than men due to so many issues. So it's very important that women are not afterthoughts when we do our agro designs. And that's why the wave is very, very important to us. And the success of the wave is very, very important for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Secondly, we must move beyond production, only thinking. Agriculture becomes truly transformative when value is retained across the chain. Processing, packaging, branding, storage, transport, market access, and export must be treated as essential components of empowerment. Because if we don't do that, we leave money on the table. Enough of exporting just raw food. We have the capacity to export raw food and to process food and to package food. We do have the capacity. So we shouldn't leave any money on the table. Thirdly, partnership must become operational. Government cannot do it alone. Researchers can't do it alone. The private sector can't do it alone. Development partners definitely cannot do it alone. We need coordinated partnerships that are practical, accountable, and results-driven. We're used to working in silos. It cannot be business as usual. We have to have a collective agenda towards the revolution of our agro-food system in Nigeria. Fourthly, women's economic empowerment must be recognized as a national strategy. When women earn more, families are stronger. Food security improves, community welfare would rise, the local economies will expand. This makes women's inclusion not only socially desirable, but economically strategic. Women's economic empowerment is underrated. Sometimes we pretend as if we're not in the same country. When we see things go bad, it's because the home front is weak. And that's why I commend His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for declaring this year the year of family and social development. We must think from the family. It's very important. Fifth, policy must translate into measurable grassroots outcomes. We must increasingly judge interventions not only by activity reports, but by what changes in real life. Incomes improved, enterprise built, markets reached, productivity increased, and resilience being strengthened. The ministry remains committed to engaging institutions and partners whose work support inclusive growth and practical transformation. We welcome partnerships that help to build women's productive capacity, that increase access to structured opportunities, that strengthen women-led and women-owned enterprise, that support value chain participation, that improve policy responsiveness and deliver measurable development and impact. We also encourage the research and policy community to continue to deepen collaboration with implementation actors, local institutions, and community-based structures so that ideas are tested, refined, and scaled in ways that reflect Nigerians' realities. Trust me, it's only a government that can scale beyond our imagination. Nigeria is a playground for many people. You come in with your programs and you support. But how much can you do? But the government can back your initiative with a lot of, more funding when your ideas are already proven. And that's why the collaboration remains critical. This is how sustainable transformation is also being built. As we launch this policy innovation hub today, let us remember that the future of Nigerians' agro-food systems will not be determined only by the quality of our decisions, but by the courage of our execution. We must build a food system that is productive, inclusive, resilient, evidence-driven, investment-ready, and women-responsive. We must also build a future in which Nigerian women are not seen merely as participants or beneficiaries at the margins, but as central architects of agricultural prosperity and our national development. This is the direction we must take, this is the partnership we must strengthen, and this is the transformation we must pursue together. I commend once again IITA, CGIAR, and all partners for this important initiative. I wish this dialogue of fruitful deliberation and enduring impact. I thank you for listening. May God bless you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we continue with our program now. Unfortunately, the minister had to leave because of another engagement at the villa. Sam, yes, we wanted to complete the presentation before we can get to the goodwill messages. So there were, I think, about 5 more minutes left for your presentation, right? So please. Can we get the presentation again loaded? there were just a few more slides left. And sorry for the interruption, you can continue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good morning again, colleagues. Can we have the slide, please? Maybe in the meantime, let me introduce myself. My name is Berhanu Zamadum. I'm from the International Water Management Institute. I'm the deputy country representative for Ghana. Yeah, so I'm here to give you a brief work that we've started in Nigeria in the area of irrigation water management. We want to start an operational framework on the water energy environment nexus. Recently, we developed a policy brief, which we call water issue brief on the water energy environment nexus, which outlines several areas of interest to transform the water energy and the environment nexus in the Nigerian context. Irrigation is the main topic here. This work is undertaken by IMI, IFPRI, and also national partners in Nigeria. We are leading the work. So the objective of this activity is to assess irrigation water management through WEFE. WEFE is water, energy, and food environment lens, and develop an operational strategy that takes us out of the usual conceptual framework into an operational framework that can be used by multiple actors, because the challenge is, especially agricultural water management, is done by silos, by different sectoral offices, but there's a need to bring everyone together and start planning, start operating, and things like that. So the study that we've started in Nigeria generates evidence with respect to understanding the current irrigation water management systems, like the operation, the management, the scheduling, and also the water allocation for the different sectoral units, and also map the water, energy, food, environment nexus, and develop an operational framework that takes us beyond the conceptual framework that we all know, because we don't want to stop there. We need to have an operational framework that helps everyone come together, plan, operate, and also decide on some decision support mechanisms. And yeah, I can also mention a work related to this with gender responsive operational plans. We don't want to leave people behind. So it includes some gender responsive plans. It has some component on business finance schemes, operational business finance schemes to include some different groups. Next slide. Yeah, so the study area is, it's big actually. We want to look at things holistically. So we've chosen the Niger-Benue River system, which is the backbone of Nigerian inland water network, which has lots of interventions in terms of dams, in terms of fisheries, in terms of agricultural water management practices. And this is like the backbone of Nigeria's irrigation system, which has the potential to irrigate millions of hectares. But from literature currently, much of the area has not been fully utilized. Like 25% of it is under utilization, and much of it is under farmers-led irrigation development. Next slide, please. So some of the key activities, this is not an exhaustive list, but at least it will give you some highlight on what we plan to do this year and beyond to assess the WEFE nexus interactions between water, energy, food, and environment in terms of institutional, in terms of operational, and also actions on the ground. Because as I said, we have like dams, we have irrigation sites, we have multiple activities at farmers-led and also at irrigation schemes. So we want to look at the interactions by defining some indicators, the trade-off, and also synergies within the system. Similarly, we want to also characterize the irrigation systems, formal, informal, farmer-led, or schemes, and the practices that are existing on the ground, and evaluate and propose some decision support tools, because there are so many tools that are available, but we need to see and prioritize and make these tools operational with standard protocols. So these tools will help us to plan the intersectoral water allocations and also do some synergies along with the energy demands, like especially the renewable energy, what demands like the solar powered irrigation system or others, and also look at the ecosystem health, because water is not only for irrigation or for hydropower, but also for keeping the environment safe. So the water that has to be available in the riverine system or for biodiversity, so that tool will do the analysis and also the decision making on the water allocations for all these water needs. Similarly, we also want to conduct some gender dimensions and equity issues, like the role of women and also some marginalized groups, especially in the area of this welfare nexus interactions, and also develop some business models, finance tools on credit systems or blended finance mechanisms or result-based financing to make this irrigation like business option. Next slide. Yeah, so these are some of the key outputs that we are envisioning. Like we will develop a report, but an operational framework is also designed on the WIFI analysis. And then after we do the work by engaging several stakeholders, we'll conduct some validation workshops to validate some of the findings. And this work also contributes to the different high-level outcomes of the policy innovation program we have on, for example, the irrigation and groundwater management, and also capacity building program on water management and irrigation system. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, we can discuss later.
Thank you so much. That was a great insight into something that is exciting. And I am happy that the room, nobody is sleeping. It means the discussion is going well, perfectly. Please stay up. It's my greatest honor at this point to invite our national partners, stakeholders to this forum. And this session is going to be short, but I would beg your indulgence to ensure that we get the key priorities. This is where we really are going to sit and listen to what exactly the hub should prioritize. And here, it is my greatest pleasure to first and foremost invite the representative of the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, ably here represented by the director, to give us a goodwill message. This is our landlord, so please clap better.
The Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Haja Salman Ibrahim in absentia, the Director General IITA, Dr. Simon Ehui, and the DG IFRI, Dr. Johannes Swen, the CGIAR Chief Scientist, Sandra Milach, representatives of all development partners, representatives of ministries and agencies here present, private sector actors, farmer representatives, civil society organizations, all other stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bukar Musa. I am the Director, Federal Department of Agriculture. And here this morning, to represent the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, who is unavoidably absent due to other exigencies of duty. And he has directed me to make a few remarks on his behalf at this August gathering. First and foremost, I wish to express our sincere thanks and appreciations to the CGR, IFRI, and IITA for hosting this critical policy dialogue at this period in time, and also for their sustained commitment to Nigeria's agricultural development. Your efforts in the agricultural sector in Nigeria are well acknowledged and appreciated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. The convening of this critical dialogue at this time is well appreciated and quite significant in this period of the agri-food transformation agenda. It is a timely convergence of policy ambition and research partnership. As we are all aware, the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has realized and put the agricultural sector as the primary driver of inclusive economic transformation, job creation, reduced cost of living, as well as climate resilience. I want to equally highlight that we have robust ongoing policies, that is the National Agricultural Technology Innovation Policy, as well as the National Development Plan, as our guiding tools of achieving the agricultural food system transformation, which we have been following with the support of our development partners, as well as other ongoing sectoral reforms, which are from time to time supporting the national policies that are existing, all aimed at achieving the much needed food self-sufficiency, as well as food sovereignty in the Nigerian nation. I want to equally make reference, to the CAADP Kampala Declaration on the food system, which the country has been following to domesticate so as to achieve an overall continental, progress in the, agri-food system. Nigeria is actively aligning with, as well as signaling long-term commitment beyond just rhetorics and attending the election cycles. I equally want to, bring and appreciate the ongoing domestication as well as development in the Nigerian agricultural food system for CAADP Kampala implementation being spearheaded by IFRI and supported by many of our development partners, including IFAD, AGRA, FAO, AFDB, and the World Bank. We are equally grateful for all the technological support that you have been given towards the domestication of the Kampala CAADP Declaration. Equally, at this point in time, I want to acknowledge the growing complexity of balancing trade-offs across productivity, inclusion, resilience, as well as nutrition, and the need for evidence to navigate these decisions with confidence. Because evidences are what we need to have on ground to back the policy decisions as well as the implementations that are ongoing. Policy decisions are only as strong as the evidence behind them. In this regard, I want to commend the CGIAR and all other Nigerian partners for generating a substantial body of policy relevant knowledge over the years. However, with all these our efforts, individual as a country, and collectively with all our partners, we must acknowledge that gaps still exist in achieving the food security as well as the food self-sufficiency in this country. Comparatively, the productivity of our crops are far lower than what obtains in other developed nations. Our yield per hectare are still far less than what obtains in developed nations. So, and equally, sorry, therefore, these gaps are areas that we must all put heads together, develop policies, continue with researches to make sure that we come off, with situations whereby we at least reduce or cover up the gaps completely. The decision is that this very decision, dialogue that we are having, is therefore an important step in closing the gaps. I wish to call for research that is demand-driven and policy-ready, co-created with policymakers, timed to policy cycles, and framed around real implementation challenges rather than academic abstractions. I would like to emphasize that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is committed to mutual learning. The ministry does not just want to receive research, it wants to shape the questions that are being asked. The totality of the agri-food system transformations are as diverse as the problems are. It is for these reasons that the ministry is streamlining certain priority areas of the agri-food system transformation to make sure that impacts are achieved within the short period of time. One of such priority areas is the smallholder productivity and market access, scaling proven technologies and innovations to smallholder farmers, including access to improved seeds, soil health, and effective extension services. Number 2 priority is food security and nutrition. Addressing the dual burden of food insecurity and malnutrition, particularly among women and children, by strengthening value chains and local food systems. Number 3, climate adaptation. Supporting Nigeria's farming communities with climate resilient crop varieties, water management solutions, and early warning systems tailored to local agroecologies. The next is the private sector investment. Government cannot do it alone. Enabling environment has to be provided for private sector investment. So creating an enabling policy environment that attracts agribusinesses investment, reduces post-harvest losses, and stimulates agro-processing and value addition. Last but not the least, youth and women in agriculture, ensuring that transformation is inclusive with deliberate policies to attract young Nigerians and empower women as productive agents across the value chains. With these short remarks and areas of focus of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, I want to, at this period, wish all of us successful deliberations and a better outcome at the end of this dialogue. Thank you for listening.
And on that youth note, that's applause is not commensurate to the energy and commitment expressed by our Ministry of Food Security, Agriculture, Food Security. On that youth note, I need to reintroduce myself. My name is Aline Mugisho, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of IITA Youth Agripreneurs. I change cap in introducing a ministry very close to my heart and very dear to me that has shown commitment in not only inclusive food system, but also making sure that the youth have access to productive asset. It is my greatest pleasure to invite on the podium the Minister of Youth Development, Honorable, or as he prefers it, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, ably represented by the Special Advisor here and Director at the Ministry, Ms. Ebio Agon. She has some exciting news.
Thank you, Ms. Mugisho. Representatives of the honorable ministers present, representatives of development partners, all stakeholders, all protocols duly respected, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the honorable minister of youth development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, I extend warm greetings and reaffirm our commitment to driving youth-led innovations that will shape the future of our agricultural sector. Our youth population is not only the largest in Africa, but also a powerful engine for change. Unlocking their full potential requires more than enthusiasm and ideas. It demands collaboration, strategic partnerships, and shared vision. This is why today's dialogue is so critical. Transforming Nigeria's agri-food system is not the task of a single ministry or organization. It is a collective endeavor, and partnerships are the lifeblood of lasting impact. Expanding partnership means breaking silos across government agencies, private sector actors, development partners, research institutions, and critically, our young people, including young people on the table, is very vital for sustainability of any endeavor. It means solutions. Through collaboration, we can improve access to finance for young agripreneurs, leverage technology to enhance productivity, and strengthen market linkages that ensure sustainability and profitability. In line with this vision, the Honorable Minister of Youth Development recently launched the Youth in Agribusiness Land Trust Fund, an innovative initiative designed to provide young Nigerians with access to land and resources for agribusiness ventures. This fund exemplifies our commitment to transforming opportunities into tangible outcomes for youth across the country. A comprehensive stakeholder brief will be revealed in the coming weeks to provide further details and outline how interested partners and investors can collaborate with the ministry to maximize the fund's impact. The Youth in Agribusiness Land Trust Fund will be implemented in partnership with the IITA. Speaking on partnerships, partnership also amplify innovation by connecting youth-led startups with seasoned agribusiness businesses, research institutions, and policy framework. We create a dynamic ecosystem where experimentation and learning thrive. And so for this, we commend the CIGAR and the IITA for this innovative policy hub. This approach ensures that policies are not only evidence-based, but youth-inclusive, reflecting the creativity and the resilience that young Nigerians bring to the table. For the Ministry of Youth Development, we remain committed to supporting initiatives that harness these partnerships for measurable impact. We are prioritizing mentorship programs, capacity building, and opportunities that enable young people to lead transformation in every link of the agri-food value chain, from production to processing, distribution, and consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, as we launch this policy hub and engage in dialogue today, let us remember that transformation is not a destination, but a journey. And on this journey, partnerships strengthened by initiatives like the Youth in Agribusiness Land Trust Fund I've spoken about, and that of other stakeholders, this can be our compass. By working together, government, youth, private sector, civil society, we can accelerate Nigeria's agribusiness system transformation, creating a future that is productive, inclusive, and sustainable for all. We look forward to the vibrant discussions that will shape the next chapter of Nigeria's agricultural revolution. And in conclusion, we commend the CGIAR and the IITA for this laudable initiative. Thank you.
That was exciting news. Are you not happy? For the first time in the history of Nigeria, somebody who's a minister decided that productive assets should no longer be a barrier to youth agripreneurs, and availed 42 youth development centers that he repositioned into land productive asset as a trust fund for young people to be using in the 36 Nigerian states. 6 million young people can benefit from this, and over 22 million hectares of land are part of the fund. This is something that's, since it was announced, keeps me awake at night with extreme excitement, and I can't wait to see how amazing this program is going to shape the future of food security. So now you understand why I had to reintroduce myself as a young person. Here at this juncture, it's important to acknowledge all directors and senior leadership at government and parastatals that are here ably represented or in their own rights. Allow me here again to introduce Dr. Adamu Abubakar Dandan, who is the Executive Secretary for the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, and through this invite him to give us a goodwill message and let us know what are the priorities for the NARES and how best can we align.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly respectfully observed. This initiative is longer overdue because Federal Minister of Agriculture, which I'm directly under them, as AICN we have over 32 institutes, 18 agricultural institutes, and about 17 colleges of agriculture, which we are managing the affairs. And all our objective is to rationalize agriculture, because when we came on board, the Mr. President is giving us the mandate, a marching order, that food security has come to stay, which we need to key in. And secondly, I was so happy that the youth have been given strategic positions to positionalize agricultural ecosystem of the country. And that's give us that we have no any reason whatsoever to fail our father. I've given the child the battle to go there and do the needful. And the area of this innovation is a good one, because for a long time ago, the problem of agriculture in the country is data driven. Most of the areas of agriculture, we don't have much data. And when there's data, the support to foster agriculture is always a problem. So my ministers have said something. So in the other protocols, I don't need to come here and say something again, but because they have called on me, I don't want to dwell much. Yeah, say all I need to say. But we are ready to partner with you people, and we have been going for a meeting with CGIAR. This year we'll be going to Turkey, and with the meeting with the CGIAR in Turkey. So most of the things I have to say, the minister has addressed them, and I don't need to repeat what my boss has already addressed. Thank you very much.
That's wisdom right there. Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause. We are the babies, a CGIAR of National Agricultural Research Systems. Without them, we are like Nile and Egypt. So thank you so much for not only partnering, but affording us an opportunity to impact Nigeria in a localized manner. Policy without decentralization is just talks. From the 6 agroecological zones, 36 states, and several food baskets. It's not only Benue, we have several of them in Nigeria. I would like to invite to this podium Professor Abba Gambo, representing the Governors Forum, to give us a quick words on how to can prioritize and ensure that the 36 states are indeed contributing to Nigeria's food security.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abakar Kali, ably represented by the Director, Department of Agriculture, Alhaji Bakar Musa, the Honorable Minister of Youth, ably represented by the Special Assistant, the directors from the Agricultural Ministry. I can see Alhaji Ibrahim Tanimu, Director of Planning, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and of course the Executive Secretary, Agricultural Research Council, and of course, my fellow scholars and researchers. Having stayed in the academia for 35 years, as a lecturer of agriculture, I've been standing on my foot longer than half my age, and I've produced so many products. So at the Nigerian Governors Forum, what we essentially do, sorry, I did not mention you, but I know we met severally, please, my apologies. The Nigerian Governors Forum is the umbrella of the 36 states governors, democratically elected governors of Nigeria. It's a non-partisan organization, non-profit organization. And our major aim is to make sure that there is a kind of synergy between the federal level and the subnationals. While we represent our 36 principles in the subnationals, and then it's also our duty to make sure that we get development partners like you, to come talk to us on how to move the subnationals to a greater extent. When you're talking about, like the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs said, if you're farming, it has to be in a particular state. So the Nigerian Governors Forum comes into play here. If you're talking of the farmers, they are people or indigents of a particular state. So Nigerian Governors Forum comes into play here also. And we are also, like you, a policy hub. The Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat is segmented into all the sectors in every state. Like we have the Department of Agriculture, which I handle. There is health, there is education, gender, climate change, etc. All the necessary things are there. And today I want to invite all prospective researchers to please call at the Nigerian Governors Forum. Let us sit together, talk, and see how we can move agriculture to the front burner, really. And I want to quote, food security is not a gist. Definitely is not a gist. And in the Nigerian Governors Forum, we are so much committed to agricultural development in all the states. We have plenty of programs that are ongoing with so many development partners, the World Bank, Bill and Linda Gates, AGRA, etc., so many of them. And then they are worthy partners. Together, we are moving slowly, gently, but then we are impacting the lives of our people in all the 36 states. Once again, I want to thank you for always finding us worthy, most especially Amina Bashir. I don't know where she is. She is always on my neck. Prof, you must come. Prof, you must come. And I think for about 5 years, I've been part of this family, right? And I'm proud to be a member of this family, actually. So thank you so very much. Compliments and sincere felicitations from the Nigerian Governors Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We understand that the states are also open for business, and we have taken note. To close this round of goodwill messages, I would like to call on Professor Egesi Chidozie, ably represented by Dr. Joe here from the National Root Crop Research Institute. She has 1.5 minutes to say something nice and lead us on how we're going to do policy as far as root crop are concerned.
Good morning, everyone, and allow me to stand on the existing protocol established in this room today. I am Joy Emerald, and on behalf of my Chief Executive Officer, Professor Chidozie Egesi, who is unavoidably absent, I bring you greetings from the National Roots Crops Research Institute, Umudike, the institute with the national mandate to conduct research for genetic improvement, production and processing of fruits and tuber crops in Nigeria. So these crops include yam, cassava, sweet potato, and other root crops like cocoyam, taro. However, we have been experiencing low productivity for decades now, and high post-harvest losses, even where there are little yield increases. By default, the Nigeria's crop production system adopts agroecological practices. Fertilizer use on croplands across Africa is currently very low. For instance, on average, we use just 13 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year, 3 kilograms of phosphorus, and 3 kilograms of potassium per hectare per year. This is coming from FO Stats 2023. So the soil nutrient mining is widespread, with cultivated land in sub-Saharan Africa losing annually 22 kilograms of nitrogen, 2.5 kilograms of phosphorus, and 15 kilograms of potassium per hectare. And under these growing situations, these growing conditions, policies promoting organic farming or agroecological practices that preclude inorganic fertilizer will further reduce our crop yields and worsen food insecurity in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. For instance, to sustain high crop productivity through biological nitrogen fixation, only legume options that compete strongly with food production, example, the woody fallows and green manure, can contribute just about 90 to 100 kilogram nitrogen per hectare per year. Yet, there is need to apply even added phosphorus and potassium continually. One reason is that the low P and K contents in our soils translate into low P and K concentrations, even in recycled plant materials. So our soils are poor in phosphorus and potassium due to the parent materials, and the extended withering in Africa is the oldest soil in the world. So phosphorus and K concentration in manure and compost are rarely above 0.2 and 0.6% respectively. Therefore, policies encouraging use of mineral fertilizers following the 4 agri-nutrient stewardship and integrated soil fertility management and adoption of high-yielding climate-resilient crop varieties will improve crop productivity and reduce cropland expansion into natural ecosystems. Furthermore, policies that will reduce post-harvest loss with effective market systems will contribute immensely to national development as well. We are hopeful that this policy innovation hub for Nigeria will work judiciously towards developing policies for food systems and transformation that are evidence-based and data-driven. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. I love yam. And on that yummy note, I would like to thank you for your patience and invite you for a group photograph and some food. We can't be talking food and stay hungry for all these hours. And yeah, it was again a honor and privilege to lead this session. You will see me here later again, but between now and then, Oliver will take over, and bon appetit.
I hope I can step into those very big shoes. The way you do it is different. We now go to a session where we want our development partners to give us some remarks. There are quite a number of them in the room. I wanted to recognize them and allow one of them to speak, but it's not possible. So what I would do is I would request that I give every one of you 1 minute each. I hope you don't mind, because yeah, rather than having one person speak, I would just ask you with a lot of humility that I will let all of you to speak, about 7 of you, but just take 1 minute each, if you don't mind, please. So to start us off, please allow me to invite on stage the IFAD country director, Dr. Ekue Dede, to start us off. She will talk to us a little bit about the programs, the priority programs, and then we'll continue. I will use my privileges and say Dr. Ekwedede can take 3 minutes. She was the first one to arrive. Before all of you came, she was here.
Okay, good morning, all of you, and I would like to stand on the protocol established already. And considering the time constraints and the needs to hear from other development partners in the room, I would like to go directly first to indicate that we are very privileged to have a very productive and impactful partnership with the federal government of Nigeria, with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. We are working on several policies, and for us, policy work involves at least 3 areas. We want to make sure that we align with the government in developing policies, but also supporting the implementation of these policies and ensuring that we have a strong assessment of the impact of those policies. I would like to salute all the other ministries here represented, youth. I also, I think the Women Affairs and I think that all the agencies that are here from the government are critical for the transformation of the food system in Nigeria. Let me just indicate that IFAD is an international financial institution, but we are also a UN agency. We don't only finance, we also support transformative policies, and we also ensure that programs that are financed lead to impact. We were told to share a few of our priorities, I think 3. Let me indicate that our overarching priority is to ensure that we support the government in establishing the effective policy framework for inclusive, resilient, and profitable agri-food system transformation. So the first one for us that I would like to highlight is the work that we are doing collectively with AGRA, World Bank, African Development Bank, FAO, to support the government in the very laudable initiative of putting in place a domestication action plan of the CAADP Kampala Declaration. And this is done leveraging the very strong capacity of IFPRI that we would like to salute. Big round of applause for that. And we'd like to appreciate the leadership of the government, because Nigeria is the first country that started this process, and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Big round of applause, because policy is about government really charting the way forward. Otherwise, we can do research, we can do analysis, but if the government is not leading the policy, nothing will happen. So it's not so much about the thematic, it's about the how. So even though we want to list everything that we are doing, I just wanted to seize this opportunity to say we appreciate the leadership of the federal government of Nigeria in charting the way forward for innovative policies. It's very important. Accountability is important. Thank you so much. The second point, just let me run through quick. I ask Oliver to stand here. And please come this way, because I tend to look this way because I'm left-handed. So if you stay here, well, I need to see you. I just need like this, and then I will stop. So we know the different areas that we are supporting. We are working with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security on digital transformation of the agri-food system. And when I say we, IFAD work closely with the ministry, but it is a huge initiative that involves several agencies of the government, the MDAs, but also several development partners. So for us, this is the transformative power of policy work comes first from the convening and the alliance building that we should leverage. So this, we look forward, I just brought one example. This is what we have done with the ministry under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security Leadership, strategy and policy recommendation for the implementation of the National Digital Farmer Registry. We are going to be working also with FDA for public digital extension service, and all of these areas, including climate resilience, are important. We want to highlight the youth and youth and women in agri-food system. We have this partnership with IITA on youth in agriculture, AgriHub. So we are very pleased to have also some lesson generated there. Don't want to forget the private sector investment. It is important, so we have some work in this area, and we look forward to sharing, and we look forward to listening to the technical session. Thanks so much. You are here, but I'm seeing you. Thank you, and congratulations to IITA, CGIAR, and IFPRI for this innovative approach. Thanks again. This is the Togolese version of the 1 minute. Thanks for your understanding.
Thank you, Director. Next one on stage, I would like to invite Dr. Andrea Rudiger, the Cluster Coordinator at the Deutsches Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Just so, I have the great privilege today, and I vow to stay within the 1 minute allocated, to represent GIZ here at this event today, and congratulate the consortium for this very important initiative of a policy innovation hub for Nigeria. GIZ in Nigeria is implementing 13 projects in the area of agriculture and rural development. We implement on behalf and for the German government, the European Union, the Gates Foundation here in Nigeria. And we have various priorities that I would like to very briefly highlight, especially in the area of agricultural value chain, promotion for rural economic development, access to rural finance, mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and climate outcomes in the agricultural sector, facilitating regional integration and competitiveness in the ECOWAS region, and agricultural policy, not least. In the agricultural policy space, one important priority for us is the convening of multi-stakeholder platforms and improved governance for the value chains that we are active in. We do this in close partnership with the political partners, of course, as well as the private sector partners. And we also support Nigeria in its efforts to domesticate the CAADP agenda, and also in the national pathways for food system transformation. So just a few spotlights. I will have the opportunity once again to share some thoughts in the multi-stakeholder dialogue that is still following. And for the moment being, again, congratulations, and we look forward jointly with the government, especially with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, to contribute to this policy hub. Thank you very much. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dankeschön. Right. Next on stage, please, from the World Bank, Hadwick Shale, the lead agricultural economist, would give us some remarks. And then we'll go to FAO. In the meanwhile, I want to ask Tofik Brahima from FAO to be ready so that he can also follow suit quickly. Thank you. Welcome.
So once again, good afternoon to all of us. My name is Hardwick Charlie. I'm from the World Bank. I'm lead agricultural economist. I work for the global practice responsible for farming and agribusiness, and I'm based here in Abuja. I would like to start by congratulating IFPRI and the CGIAR group and all the stakeholders for the launch of this very important hub. We all work in the development space, and we cannot overemphasize the importance of policies and programs that are grounded on the basis of analysis, on the basis of data, and all that. So it's very important that for a country like Nigeria, we should all rally behind a hub like this one, because it's very important to inform what we do on a daily basis. Now, at the World Bank, I would like to start by saying that we are a development institution that works with the government. We are basically an institution that supports government programs, and we develop programs that are aimed at supporting the priorities of development that government puts in place. And so from the agriculture team, we have a portfolio of a number of projects spanning livestock value chain development, sustainable power and irrigation development. And very recently, the government has developed a project which is focusing on agricultural value chain development. This project actually just got approved by the board of the World Bank just last week. And so we look forward to working together with this hub to make sure that the implementation of these programs is based on sound, robust analysis that comes from the data that all of us collectively put together. I would like to also acknowledge everybody who is here. I think all the stakeholders that we work with to make sure that we can support the hub and what it will be giving us, so that we have a lot of sound and robust basis upon which our work is based. So thank you so much. I just want to stop there for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Next on stage, Tawfiq Brahima from, it's a program officer at FAO.
Thank you, Oliver. Good afternoon, distinguished directors from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, colleagues, friends, partners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tawfiq Brahima from Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. I take it as a big privilege to just use the next 45 seconds to just provide some priorities that FAO is driving in Nigeria. So let me mention that FAO in Nigeria is advancing or supports to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture through our country program framework, which is anchored around 4 pillars, which is, we call it the 4 better. So we have the better production, we have the better nutrition, better environments that leads to better health. In doing this, key emphasis are tailored around sustainable intensification of climate smart production. And in this case, priorities are given to nutrition sensitive agriculture, strengthen value chains and market for smallholder farmers, and also private sector participation for decent job for youth and women. And this we do through our flagship hand-in-hand private sector participation program. Largely also, we look at healthy and nutritious diets, which we support through our crisis response in the Northeast mainly. And then in this case, we lead the food-based approaches for nutrition and also some dietary diversification focus on smallholder farmers and also for women and youth. Largely also there is the bigger picture, which is strengthening food security governance and policies, which we try to support the government of Nigeria through the food system, Office of the Food System convener, and together with partners like IFAD, GIZ, and others, try to see how we coordinate the food system transformation in Nigeria to ensure that at least there is coherence in implementation, in investment, and also in impacts and results. I will stop here, but want to use the opportunity to thank IFRI and the CGI team for bringing us together on these important issues. Thank you very much, and we'll continue discussion.
Thank you so much, Tawfiq. Yeah, there are a few other people left, and I just want to recognize them, and then the EU representative here, Briggs, will be the last one to speak. But before he comes, I just wanted to, there will be a panel later on. Some of these people will speak later anyways. So we have our partners from also Sahel Consulting, and we have colleagues from IFDC, Dr. Salasi. Please, let's recognize them, please. We have from AATF, Jean Batiste Tingere is also here. Jean, thank you. And from the Kingdom of the Netherlands Embassy Fuloso Adejero, the Policy Advisor, Food Security and Climate, is also here. So to wrap this session, because I'm the one standing between you and a nice break, a 15 minutes break. Between me and your break is the EU. So please, I want you to take a minute also just to help me invite the program manager agriculture from the EU, huge bricks to give us just very short remarks as well.
Thank you, Oliver. I find it very difficult to be in a very tight corner for 1 minute. I've already taken 30 seconds. So I will just say that thank you, Oliver, for the invitation. At the EU, I would say that we are very strong partners with the Nigerian government. Over the last years, we have tried to work closely with development partners. But I will just say one thing, that policy attracts investment. And I see that the Nigerian government is really working very hard to ensure that their policies attract credible, bankable investment. So that's why we are focused in. We're working closely with the government. We're looking at areas where we can partner with the government. We are partnering with them in many ways, but also with development partners. Recently, Alaitenima and myself, why am I saying recently? Alaitenima, we spent like 2 years, the last 2 years, to work with EU member states. And I'll close with this, Oliver, to say that we've been able to identify, through a very competitive process, 3 EU member states, Latvia, Austria, and Czech Republic, have formed a consortium to come to Nigeria, sit down with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, to look at a strategic policy, the National Agricultural Resilience Framework Policy, and to look at how best can we ensure that that policy is smart. But then, of course, the federal government cannot do it alone. The EU can't do it alone. If PRI will not do it alone, it's going to be a joint and collaborative effort. And we are looking forward to engaging all of you to review that policy and ensuring that we have a robust climate smart policy that can attract a number of investment and bankable investment for Nigeria. Thank you.
It is not in my nature to cut people short when they are speaking, because everyone that has come to this stage has given us very robust and very important information. So partners, I know there are many of you. We would have loved to hear from each one of you, because a hub is where all of us makes it a home. It's been a very important first session or first 3 sessions. And I just want to ask that we don't go away. We stay for 1 hour. After the break, we will have a panel conversation just to bring a few of those things into a little bit more conversational, like really to ask a few questions on how we move forward. And then we'll have about 15 to 20 minutes to close. So we'll not be long after the break. So I suggest that we take a very short break and 15 minutes, maximum 20. We'll start with a group photo. There's coffee and tea that is reserved for us. We use also the opportunity to take a health break. And then after that, when I call us to come back in, please let us come so that we can conclude. We appreciate each one of you, and we hope we could continue this conversation. Since morning, when we started this program, I've heard from the guests, our guests that have spoken so far, from the government side, from development partners, you see a lot of convergence. We'll come to talk a little bit about that in the end as we say the way forward. But now allow me to ask us to go for a break for 15 minutes. In the 20th minute, I'll have everyone back in the room. So please enjoy the coffee, the tea, and the ushers are outside to support and help us. Thank you so much. We take the break now. I'm directed we start with the group picture instead of outside. We do it inside here. So let's do the group picture from here, I guess. So the table 1 and 2 and 3 here. Andrea and the team, let's all come here. CD, country director, let's come. Let's all of us here. Directors, please. The ministry officials, please. Let's do a photo here. Yeah, all of us, let us come. All of us, and a few people can climb on the stage. Yes, climb. A few of us can climb on the stage. So directors, please. Yeah, the directors here. Everyone this side for the group photo, please. Thank you. Director Aziz. Photo, group photo, please. All of us, group photo. Group photo, fast. We do one in and one out, please. I see some people behind. Please, everyone, let's have the group photo. Yeah, I will squeeze myself somewhere. Maybe next to you guys. Yeah, so it's okay, it's fine. Aline, you're missing in the most important part of this meeting. Yeah. Can we all squeeze? You can stand between Andrea and yeah. No. One step, just one step. Everyone, one step. Yeah, perfect. Now we are good. Yeah, could have gone up. One, two, three, go. Holy. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3, go. I'm told there is a better place to take a photo outside. So we just go as we are. There is another place to take a photo. Please.
I'm not gonna lie.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process.
Stay out the way. Check out this look on my face. I'll come say today. Give me my cake. Look at I'm flying away. Star cream of the crop on May spot. Gonna put the cherry on top. This one can't be stopped. Giving them shock. It's really like that. Don't believe me, just watch. Watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Watch, 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 watch. Don't believe me, just. Don't believe me, just.
The former beta tester wizard from Microsoft. I've created more spreadsheets than stars in the sky.
Do we have your attention? Good. Get started at udemy.com.
Get $300 ad credit when you spend your first $300. Try Google Ads today.
We are here. We are starting in a minute now. We're starting in a minute. Thank you for the people following online, and apologies that we've taken longer than expected. But we also appreciate that you've been with us since we began. Yeah, I forgot to mention that this event is being streamed online. There are a number of people, there are hundreds of people following this conversation. You must have also seen some of the speakers who are speaking online. We're starting in a minute. We're expecting the last panelist to walk in, and then we can I think we have a quorum. We have everyone here now. Director, we need you guys in. We need. We are thinking. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, good. So you ready? They talk 5 minutes. I'll put you. I think yeah, it's okay. You can move the board. Right. I think we are ready to start our second part of the program, which will take us about an hour instead of an hour and a half. We're going to have a discussion on some of the priorities for food system transformation. This will be a multi-stakeholder discussion. It will be a broader conversation in which we will hear a little bit on some of the priorities and conversations going on in that group. And to take us through this panel conversation, I want to introduce the moderator, who is the Program Manager, Agriculture, the European Union Delegation to the Nigeria and ECOWAS, Mr. Uch Briggs. Please help me invite him on stage. And then he will invite his panelists. I don't need to do that, so he will invite his panelists. Thank you so much. You have 1 hour for this session. Okay. At this time, I still don't have a seat, but Oliver is really working towards that, I'm sure. So I'd like to introduce my panelists. But before I do that, I'd like to take like 20 seconds to just mention something, to say that we are really going to have an interesting discussion today. Many years back, I was in a district called Ndolo Ado. I don't know if we have any Ethiopian in the room. And my conversation with the local farmers, so it's actually Ndolo Ado is a district that has the largest internally displaced persons in East Africa. So it's between Ethiopia, Somali, and Kenya.
And so they've lived there for many years, and interventions are beginning to be more sustainable intervention, not emergency anymore. And my conversation with some of the farmers is around how well is the government policy impacting on them. And to be honest, I spoke to more than 50 farmers, and none of them. None, not even one. So I would say that today, let's listen to some of the industry experts, and let's see how this is translating and engaging also for Nigerian farmers. First on my list is Dr. Ibrahim Tanimu, who is the Director of Planning Policy Coordination at the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Dr. Tanimu's profile is so long that I cannot take it because we have just 1 hour. Next on my list is Dr. Isaac Mensah with IFAD. Please, you can choose any of the seats as you. I also like to call on my very good friend, Temi Adegoroye, a managing partner at SAE Consulting. No, just sit down. I also like to call on Mr. Ilyasu Ishak, the National Sesame Seed Association of Nigeria, the focal point for the national. Please, a round of applause for him. And just because I'm very gender sensitive, I'd like to call on Dr. Andrea Rudiger, the cluster coordinator for GIZ. That's fine. So, first, I'd like to thank all of you for coming, but then also to say, because we have very limited time, we might like to go straight to the point, respond to the questions. And this is how we are going to do it. We are going to have an interactive session. It's just not going to be the panelists. I'll ask my questions, and I expect audience to please listen to them and then have your questions. If you have any, I hope you do. And then we could have a good interaction. So I would like to direct my first question is, from your perspective, sir, what are the most critical policy and implementation bottlenecks currently limiting progress in Nigeria's agri-food system transformation? I can take it again, sir. So from your perspective, what are the most critical policy and implementation bottlenecks currently limiting the progress of Nigeria's agri-food system transformation?
Okay, thank you very much for that questions. So many policy challenges revolve around the food system, but from the ministerial point of view, number one is the climate challenge. It is still biting very hard in most of the agroecology system. You have where you have the dry spell within the rainy season. You have areas where you have the deforestation that is happening and the flooding, and even the incidences of fire around some of the farms. Then the second challenge is the insecurity. It has greatly impacted on the sector because productivity has gone low in most of the productive areas. When you mention about Zamfara State, Kaduna State, Katsina State, which are mainly producers of maize, rice, and from the Nigerian Agricultural Research License Survey report indicated that those are the main areas for the production of those main crops. And during this last season, we have an increased production because of the relative calm that has been achieved in those areas. However, if you look at the whole ecosystem, you discover that this insecurity challenge too is going across other zones that were hitherto not affected. Then the other issue is issue of funding. Up to now, as a country, we are not able to meet the African Union 10% agri budget allocation. We are still struggling within 2-3% allocation, and that has in fact hindered progress in the agricultural food system transformation. Now, we need to scale up. We have states that have really indicated interest and shown some commitments in that aspect. You have Jigawa State, which has shown commitment in that. Cross River State have increased their budget allocation to agricultural productivity and food system. So also we have other states, particularly Ogun State too is trying well, it's not doing bad in that. But we still have some states that are still not interested, are not keen into the initiative of the various agricultural development programs. Then the other ones is the finances. Now, it is still difficult for smallholder farmers and even the large-scale and medium-scale farmers to secure agri credit from the banks. The few banks not very helpful to the farmers, but with the coming of the NAT is coming up to support some of those initiatives, but not in a large scale that we are anticipating. The Bank of Agriculture is still going under recapitalization. Funds are being shifted into it to support smallholder farmers, and the president has even directed that the bank should go into some kind of private initiative to support some of those large-scale farmers to ensure that finances are actually circulated to most of those critical stakeholders. On this point, I will stop at this point as we continue the discussion.
Thank you very much, Alaitanimu. So from the summary of what you've just mentioned now, some of the critical bottlenecks around insecurity, also looking at climate change challenge, funding in terms of investment, access to finance to local farmers in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Dr. Isaac Mensah, you're a Ghanaian, and I'd like you to share your Nigerian perspective in terms of development. So how can development partners better align their programs with Nigeria's national priorities while ensuring long-term sustainability and country ownership?
So thanks a lot for the question. Anyway, so first of all, let me say that I've been in Nigeria in the last 2 years. So practically I'm Nigerian, not Ghanaian, just to correct that. Anyway, so I'm not sure how many development partners we have on the panel, but what I would say is that I'm going to share the perspective of IFAD, which I think pretty much reflects the development community. So for IFAD, just to set a little bit of preamble, we have something around 1.1 billion portfolio jointly with the federal government of Nigeria, which is spread across the whole of Nigeria. In the sort of the middle belt, we have the Value Chain Development Project. In the northeast and west, we also have the Value Chain Project in northern Nigeria, which was recently signed. And also in the southeast, we have the LifeND, which is the Livelihood Development Project. And then the southeast, we have pretty much, anyway, LifeND is sort of spread across that also. So this is the portfolio that we have. We do also have sort of the policy portfolio, which we are doing jointly with other development partners, specifically with IFPRI, which is the development of the Kampala Domestication Action Plan. So this is the portfolio that we have. Now, how do we work around alignment in the implementation of the project? So basically, for most of the development partners, what happens is that before the development of the project, we do have our cooperation framework. For example, in IFAD, we currently have the IFAD and Nigeria Cooperation Framework, which is from 2024 to 2029. Now, the development of that framework, we capture most of the essential development plan at the federal and state level, together with very specific investment investment priorities of the private sector. So all of these, interventions are already codified in the document on which basis the design of project and also the implementation of project are done. So by definition, even before we start a project, the alignment is defined at strategic level in terms of the cooperation frameworks that we have. Now, the second level of alignment is also at the implementation stage. We do have project implementation units at the federal and state level. We also have state actors and also the private sector that are involved in the implementation of the project. So by definition, from the design to the completion of the project, the whole agribusiness actors within the country are already involved in the implementation of the project. So that also speaks to the point of sustainability and country ownership. Since the government has already expressed ownership in the design of every project that we have, by definition, the ownership is there because the design of the project and then the implementation of the project are done jointly with the government. So that is one. And if you allow me on the sustainability side, sorry,
quickly,
we also have mechanisms where we have the transfer of the project tools, the project technologies, the project lesson learned to the state and federal government when the project are closing. So there is sort of a sequence processes that we have from the development stage to the implementation stage to achieve sustainability and ownership and also an alignment.
Thank you, Dr. Mensah. I think from what you've just mentioned now, it's more like co-creation with the government. I think I heard Dr. Dede talk about it earlier, co-creation and of course, working very closely with the government, not to create your own policies, but to strengthen government policies. Thank you very much. My next question will go to Temi. You had a very beautiful breakfast meeting. And because of that, I'd really like to understand what specific policy, regulatory, or institutional reforms will most effectively unlock private sector investment in Nigeria agri-food system.
Thank you very much, Grace. Good afternoon. It's quite interesting how I think about 3 years ago now, was really our own intention to, support or facilitate institutional, collaboration and coordination, which I think is very, very critical, but very difficult to achieve. We just wanted to start with, ensuring we provide a platform for, conversations and alignment and ensuring that the development actors have access to the right data to inform, decision making, but also are able to familiarize themselves with one another and ensure that we are co-creating solutions as we move along together. Quickly to your question, I will start by saying I don't think the private sector lack interest in the system, in the food and agricultural landscape. I think what the private sector lacks is confidence. And when I say confidence, I mean confidence in the in policy consistency, confidence in a fair operating environment. And I believe that whatever reforms we would come up with for policy or regulatory or even institutional level, those reforms must rebuild the foundations of investor confidence. Very important for the private sector to thrive. I would highlight maybe two, 3 points. The first for me, I think is, generally policy shifts must be predictable. It can't just happen overnight. For the private sector, it doesn't work. You can't have sudden export bans. You can't have, sudden, movement in waivers or unannounced waivers. You can't just introduce subsidy, disruptions. It doesn't work that way. The business concept or mindset is long-term, multi-year planning. So policy can't move in weeks. it just won't work for the private sector, and that's usually what where the problem lies. So I think to wrap that point up, I would say that we need very formal conversation mechanisms where the private sector is a very critical, part of the decision-making process. I think we need to do that much better. And I know there's been a lot of conversations today about, the introduction of multi-stakeholder platforms. I think we need to do that a bit more. The second point I would like to raise, which is something we've always talked about in, conversations like this, is the need to incentivize agro-processing. That's important. Not raw material, export or raw material, marketing. And I think we keep exporting raw materials all the time and importing processed food. That's not going to work. If we're going to unlock private sector investment, unlock, private sector's potential to drive the growth we so desire within the food ecosystem. Because I think what we currently do now is a very direct structural policy failure that we definitely have to stop. We need functional agro processing zones that are equipped with all of the right, tech, the right, power, logistics, especially cold chain. Very important based on our experience in Sahel Consulting, some of the work we're doing in dairy. Cold chain is extremely important. Logistics is critical. But for conglomerates or large businesses, because to make that happen. The last point, so I know you want to stop me, but I have 2 points more. I would very brief.
Please one.
Okay.
Please one.
I think we need to rationalize, regulatory compliance. That's another area, because we're talking about policy, regulatory, and institutional reforms. Regulatory compliance is very critical. A business, an agribusiness spending 18 months chasing, NAFDAC, compliance certificate or registration is not scaling. It's basically wasting time. How do we cut that short? It means we need to digitize the compliance process. And I'll give you a quick example. We, implemented a project at Sahel Consulting on the seed system, a crop agnostic seed system. And one of the very immediate things we saw, the reason we have very low rates of varietal release in Nigeria, the reason many of the international organizations with the right genetics are not coming in is because the national variety release system is very complicated. Nigeria across Africa has the most complicated. The length of time, the cost of registering a new variety. So it discourages private investment. So that's why I'm saying that it has to be digitized. And one of the things we quickly introduced to the National Variety Release Committee is to digitize that process to ensure that it's efficient. And I would end, I know you are pushing me to end.
Yes.
To say that regulatory compliance or regulatory efficiency is a signal to investment. Without regulatory efficiency, the private sector will continue to struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adigoroye. I know if I allow you, you speak till tomorrow, and I can see the passion and all of the ideas around how incessant and haphazard quick policies might not be the solution for us. Policies should be consistent and should also be timely. And of course, also like the private sector should be involved and also part of the strategy from the beginning. Thank you very much. Before I go to Ilyasu Ishak, I'd like to go to Dr. Andrea. And my question is, how can development partners, from your own perspective, also better align their programs with Nigeria's national priorities, while ensuring sustainability, while ensuring in many other areas, but importantly, like alignment.
Thank you very much, Hugh, for that great question. And the colleague from IFAD has already said a lot that I would be also saying when it comes to GIZ specifically, the way we co-create with our political and private sector partners from the design phase to the implementation, also the joint learning. So let me not repeat myself. I think there are a lot of lessons learned on how to work effectively with our partners to ensure that ownership and sustainability. One other very important aspect for us on how to align better with the priorities of the Nigerian government is also sector coordination. I have the great privilege and honor to represent GIZ in the Agriculture Donor Working Group. GIZ is also on behalf of the German corporation co-chairing this working group, and together with FAO and IFAD is supporting the secretariat. And so jointly we are trying to provide that coordination and leadership so that together we are not just implementing our individual projects, reporting our individual successes in one region, one value chain, but together as a group of development partners and donors, we can really move the needle, make impact at scale, and coordinate effectively with the government of Nigeria. And I could give you a few examples of how we've engaged with the government over the last years. We had, for example, one meeting that was actually initiated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and they invited the Agriculture Donor Working Group, co-creating in a day workshop solutions and inputs for initiatives from the Ministry of Agriculture. That was a very well-attended event where we went out with a lot of joint initiatives and ideas. We are also currently debating in the Agriculture Donor Working Group topics like that were also mentioned here today, the aspect of digitalization for agriculture and agriculture extension. It is very, very partner can make a transformative contribution in the area of digitalization. For example, it requires deep coordination so that whatever contributions we make, be it on weather information systems, be it on soil information systems, be it on digital extension products, tools, services, that they can all speak to each other, that they are interoperable, as we say, and that requires strong leadership from the government. And it requires the coordination among the development partners. And so it's just one example to illustrate how that works in practice, this coordination and this working closely with the government to align priorities.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrea. So it's critical for development partners, coordination is key. Thank you very much. Dr. Ilyasu. Question is looking at it from the civil society perspective, what role do you think the civil society will play in ensuring that everyone is carried along, young people, women, with different perspectives? What's your perspective with that?
Thank you so much, Briggs. But I think before I respond, I think people are very much pushing me. I think I need to reset my priorities. I'm not a doctor yet, but I think I need to put it on my priority to be able to get that as soon as possible. So thanks for your questions. And I think from Dr. Tanimu to the last contributor, I have heard one word repeatedly being said here, co-creation. I think that is extremely key. We need to, civil society organization, farmer organization like ourselves, we don't need to sit on the sideline. We need to be on the table to co-create the policies because we are the most closest to farmers, to rural communities. We are also farmers ourselves. So I think one of the key way our organization can play a big role is by not just being advocates, but rather co-creators of these policies, and as well as support with our grassroots presence in providing a real data on, not segregated data, but rather disaggregated data by gender, by age, by geography, by, different commodities, so that these data can inform the policy creation and as well support in having an efficient implementation of these policies. Open time, our organization, has not been playing that key role of being on the table. And that's why, sometimes even the cost of creating these policies, are increasing, or rather are becoming very expensive, because you hire consultants, researchers, to undertake a study, whereas those data are with us. We have easy and better access to farmers, rural communities, farming communities, than any researcher could. And that's why I'm calling on various partners here, even including the Research Institute, to be working closely with us and giving us opportunity to co-create some of these policies together with them, because we have a lot to bring to the table, right? We can bring free data, free information, and not just free, but rather credible. On daily basis, we receive call from our various members in, various in respective location, telling us about their experience, the condition of their farm. I am calling on, the partners here for us to join hands in co-creating these policies. Also, I would like to reiterate that one of our greatest strengths, like I earlier said, is our proximity to these farmers, is our proximity to the people that are involved in the food system, whereas the farmers or the aggregators or even processors. And therefore, I think that is one of the big way we can contribute in ensuring we are able to create or to, bring about a very good and effective policies, and not just in terms of creating the policies, even at times of implementing these policies. Working with us will provide an easy access to the people, where we'll, certainly help in efficient implementation of these policies. Recently, we got, we were reached out by a consulting firm that was hired by JICA to undertake a study to understand the system seed value chain, because JICA intend to, support the sector, and therefore they want to design a project. And they hired a consulting firm. With all due respect, who has no connection to the farmers, who has no connection to the people, who, only knows what they could find online about the system sector, even though they do the right thing by reaching out to us. And, we made sure to support them by providing them with useful and accurate information that can help inform their decisions. So I think going forward, we want to advocate even though I said we want to move from just being an advocate into becoming part and parcel of the creation, but rather I want to advocate to, partners, with development partners, research institutes, to please, try to involve us more often into their work so that we can be able to contribute meaningfully and significantly to their work, and making even their work very much easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ilyasu Ishak, for that very beautiful contribution. I think you round it up and you capped it up. Data is one of our biggest problems in Nigeria, and data we shall solve. And that's a critical point. I hear a lot of data issues that could be emerged. I also hear a lot of backward integration. I hear a lot of grassroots, bottom-top approach in ensuring that the civil society is on the table, and they are also providing and contributing inputs. Now, we have to go to our very beautiful audience. Please ask your questions. The first round of questions were bonus. They were speaking very freely. The next round of questions are going to be very limited. Now you have to bring in your summary skills, because I'm going to give you maybe like a minute and a half to respond to those questions. But I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. One, do we have another one? 2, 3. Let's take 3 because we do not have a lot of time. Please. Excellent.
Okay, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Alhaji as director of several departments in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Now, I think had attempted of serving executive board of IFAD. And I want to say that all those gamut of implementation arrangement mentioned have been in place. But why a program, successful program like MACDP1, which made the Nigerians successful in maize production and others, cassava multiplication program, which made Nigeria #1 cassava in the whole world, and RTEP, which seems to expand the production from root and tobacco program. IFA support the rural finance institution program, which I led, which expanded finances to various. I want to make it fast because I have several of it, and it's very interesting. I find this session very interesting. Why are they not sustainable in spite of all those things? In spite of it, it's not yet sustainable. 2, you also mentioned coordination among the donors. I remember during the implementations of ATA under Dr. Adeshina, that was when we gave birth to what is known as a donor working group, which she mentioned. Why is it not being strengthened? Because in spite of that, you still have multiplicity of programs being implemented by different partners. 3, you also mentioned the case of the gentleman there mentioned critical points why private sector cannot come in. Sustainability of policy, lack of some other things which I jotted down here, which if you allow me, but because of the time factor, I may not be able to mention. Now, what can we do to ensure that we're able to address this? Finally, to our civil organization. He has mentioned a point that we need to use them. But I want to emphasize, we cannot employ them as a consultant, but they can also support the entire program. Thank you very much.
My name is Leslie Atchison Way. My question first will go to Dr. Tanimu. And it borders around, because I understand he's also working within the Research Institute. So how has the Research Institute, especially the Agro Research Institute, been able to, provide solution to the agri space? We're talking about policy innovation hub for Nigeria and food security, the whole essence of food security. So beyond food for thought, the food for stomach is our basic concern, and which is why I feel these institutes, the Agri-Institutes, have not done enough in terms of food sustainability, food efficiency, and all of that. So what is the new course? Then the second question will go for the donor organizations, which is about what are they doing in terms of monitoring and evaluation to curb the major challenges of policy duplications or funding duplications that are bringing us to the same problem where we are before they came in. So these two questions maybe would also help us to provide it.
Good afternoon, all. I want to thank the moderator and also the panelists for the wonderful job. Mine is to talk on what the immediate past speaker could coincide. No, not the immediate past speaker, but then the first speaker there that spoke. He actually, Aziz was my mentor. I worked under him. He trained me in the agricultural terrain. And I want to say that anytime, anywhere. Now, Alai Tenimu is still talking about the policy issue. I want to give you a practical example. In the past, there was a time in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, there was a document that was called the Green Alternative. I came visiting and somebody gave me a copy of that document. Then I went home to my native Borno. And then I took the document to the Commissioner of Agriculture that this is the policy drive of the present regime. Are you aware? He told me that he's seen this document for the very first time. Very first time. I just want to dovetail quickly. Sir, the market women, they meet every weekday. Politicians meet every night. Governors meet every month. Why is the National Council of Agriculture meeting only once annually? Let's be truthful, sir. Annually. And before you, when you look at the last council were there at Calabar, and then when you go to the next council now, you see that the minister has been changed, the PAM set is no longer there, the directors have been changed, all the commissioners that were in the previous. So there is no need for sustainability. There is nothing you can talk about. Because when you ask commissioner from state A at the last council, that was the decision. What are you doing about it? You say, I'm not aware. By then, I was not the commissioner. So I think it's not a question per se, but I will say, I just want you to enlighten us. We need a kind of paradigm shift. If we really want to talk agriculture seriously and do it seriously, honestly, annual council on agriculture, sir, honestly, is not a good thing. Thank you very much. And of agriculture. Thank you very much.
So, because of time, I will ask Dr. Mensah to respond because there's a small jab towards your direction. And don't take this as a beef that is jollof rice between me and you, right? So just take it easy on him. And then, of course, then I'll allow the panelists. Of course, the last question is directed to Dr. Tanimu. But I also like the panelists to decide who responds because of time. We agree who responds to the second. I did not get your name. Leslie, please.
Anyway, so since we are responding, maybe I can start from the jollof. Since I still have to use the airport, I'll say Nigeria jollof is the best for now. Anyway, so just to respond to the question on sustainability, I'm not sure. I mean, what I'm coming to say is sort of a comprehensive or exhaust the issue of sustainability, as it's a question that is being discussed, globally also, and for a while there has not been any credible solution in terms of why development interventions are not sustainable. But this is what I would say, that sustainability also needs a plan, just as national development needs a plan. If across many, development countries, you hardly see, as we normally see, national development plan, you hardly see national sustainability development plan. I mean, sometimes they are embedded in other development plans, but they hardly stand alone. And this is where we have problems. So for example, I give you an example of IFAD. All of our projects that are nearing completion have what we call the sustainability and exit plan. Now, these plans are developed jointly with the federal government, with the state government, with the private sector, and all the stakeholders that are involved in the value chains. Now, they have these development plans. Now, the development plan, of course, sits with the government for dissemination to the partners that are involved. But in some cases, you have some of these gaps, coming through where we are not able to follow through the implementation of the plans that we have already designed. And that is not just on the part of the development partner, it's on the part of the whole partners within the ecosystem of development. So this is something that we might want to look at. So for example, if a project closes in one state, and there's another project coming, how often do we refer to, the interventions of the closed project? These are some of the issues that we may want to sort of look into. And very quickly on the question on monitoring and evaluation, since it's one of my areas, what I would say is that for now, I think now it's standard. We have the OECD evaluation standard, which is, standardized across all development projects, that they need to be assessed on the basis of relevance, on the basis of impact, on the basis of coherence. So it's not, the business as usual where you develop project without indicators. Every project, even on IFAD, and here I can say categorically for most developing partners, every project have specific indicators where, at completion or at midterm or at some stage where you have to assess and try to understand what's happening. The problem again is that once the assessment is done, because I know most projects do supervision mission, the follow-up of those indicators, especially those that are not achieving the intended target, is also a bit of something that we may want to consider and improve. So maybe I can stop here.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Andrea, Temi, quickly, 30 seconds. Do you want to respond to him? I know Mensah has added some points, maybe, yeah.
Yes. I mean, I will touch on some of them during my last round.
Please.
Okay. So sustainability is very important to me. And I think one of the reasons most of our programs are not sustainable is because, or are not scalable, or are not scaling, is because we're not designing for scale from the beginning, from day one. Sustainability, scaling, I would take them as, very similar. I think too many, and this is a bit of a shift in perspective from my hand. I think too many interventions are built on a project logic. Project logic, by project logic, I mean input, activities, output, closeout. They're not built or designed on business logic. Business logic is different. Business logic is viable unit economics, it's market linkage, market structure. It's really a clear answer to who is going to continue this when the grant ends. That's business logic. And I think when we start, as soon as we start to design projects or development interventions with a business logic, we would actually start to achieve sustainability and scalability at the end of the day. That's the perspective I want to share.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I will keep the rest to my last round of questions.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Andrea.
Thank you. I would like to add two elements.
Sorry, Dr. Andrea. I thought I had some clapping. Please, can we?
Yes. I really like the statement around project logic and how we need to step out of that to create lasting impact. So just to, as you said, it's a conversation. Let me just respond to that as well. I would like to add 2 points to the discussion in response to the various questions. There was one question around donor coordination and why isn't it strengthened and why isn't it stronger? And I want to give a very honest answer to this. Good sector coordination, it's something that none of us, we all do this as extra work. We all take it on because we believe it's important to move the needle. And it requires consistent contributions from all sides. And that doesn't only mean from the side of the development partners, but also of the public side. Because we are looking, I think I can speak on behalf of the Agriculture Donor Working Group. We are looking to the government for coordination and for clear guidance. And just to give you one example, when last year the Honorable Minister of State approached the development partners and said, we want to call and inaugurate an agriculture sector working group, we were all there. We supported the event, we all came. So these are things we are looking for, we are asking for from the side of the ministry and the government, and we would like to see that continue with consistency. Also not once a year, regularly, for the government to convene and create that platform. And on the other side, where we coordinate amongst development partners, we do create these opportunities to engage with government in meaningful ways. We've just, we've included that in our annual plan, for example, for 2026, very strategically. So that is the point on why isn't sector coordination strengthened? And I guess the M&E, my contribution to M&E, I pause on that one.
Thank you very much. I will save my own part for the M&E as a donor at the end of the conversation. But I'll just push Ala Tenimu to quickly, in 1 minute, respond to the professor.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let me start with Professor. Now, as a policy issue, whenever we are preparing the grounds to prepare a new policy, we start by the initiation. We engage stakeholders to give us their inputs. Put together, we meet at this kind of forum at the state level, the regional level, and the national level to discuss and ask for inputs on how we are going to put a policy that will stand the test of time. Now, we did that with NATIP. We went around with some of those stakeholders who are here. IFRI is one, you said is one, GIZ was one, AGRA was one. They supported, and IFAD. And for the first time, the ministry had a policy that has the backing of the stakeholders from the grassroots. And that's why they requested that instead of the framework to be for 4 years, it was the stakeholders that requested that that framework should be for 6 years. Now, political changes made so many of those political officers not aware of what is going on in the ministry. Now, we have a policy in place and a commissioner has been appointed, is coming in, the other one that is due to that policy is going out. He might not have the opportunity or may remember to hand over even the policy document to the incoming commissioner. So that becomes a problem. Sometimes some of these commissioners are not familiar with the terrain of the agri sector. So they may not be able to assess or agree or to see such information to guide them on what they are going to do in driving the agri-food system. Now, we have forums that we are still engaging with stakeholders apart from the National Council for Agriculture and Food Security. We have the quarterly stakeholder engagement. We recently had one last month in Yaradua Center where we made publicity and invited stakeholders to come and hear from the minister and ask the minister what do they want, how they want the system to, how they want the sector to move. And that was a very beautiful outing. The Minister of Information who represented the president was there, and he has some takeoff for the president from that engagement. We also have some stakeholder engagement, even at the ministerial level, where we meet. If you have any initiative or any suggestion you want to put forward, you can come forward. You will meet with the ministers and the technical departments, including the research institute. And sometimes with the partners, we meet and discuss, even though those windows are not enough to circulate all those information, but we are doing well. We are concerned about the fact that funds are not available within the ministry to support all these initiatives, but we are happy that partners have been supporting us in a little way that we are doing to engage the stakeholders. It is, of course, the responsibility of the ministry to engage in the National Council of Agriculture more than 1 or 2 times. But if you look at the forums, we had forums where we had discussion on soil health initiative, which we are driving in the ministry. The partners are part of it. We went around Nigeria, we're still working on it, and other initiatives. So that one is not even an issue. We continue to disseminate such information. We have even upscaled that discussion even to the Governors Forum, even to the Nigeria Economic Council meetings. Now, on the issue of the Research Institute, let me say this, that at the ministry, we are not sleeping. It came to our own knowledge that, of course, we have many institutes and colleges and whatever, universities, but they are not producing the right graduates and students that will fit into the industry. Now, we wrote the Minister of Education and say, okay, Minister of Education, how can we collaborate to review the curriculum for these colleges of agriculture and related
10 seconds.
businesses? So we now agree that teachings and learning from these colleges and research institutes should be 70% practical and 30% theory. Yesterday, I was in Jigawa with some stakeholders who went to inspect some of the large farms and see how they are firing. And we've concluded that today I will lead back to the minister that some of those institutes should offload their students to those private farms to learn how the rudiments of the agricultural system is, rather than staying in the classroom and learn theories.
Thank you very much, Alaitalim. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that.
Okay.
Very detailed.
Then I even afford, without the minister's permission, to say, okay, this farm, this linkage from this industry to the school, we are going to utilize it to bring the students there to learn. Obviously, and they were excited. Ourselves were excited. A farm is an integrated farm. It has over 200 cattle and over 100 camels and poultry, fishery, tomatoes, and whatever. He was even producing the fertilizer. And we asked, how does he got his own raw materials? He guided us and informed us and said, okay, good enough, we will look into how we are going to support them. My own concern in the ministry over the years, I've been talking to the minister, that how can we support the medium and large scale farmers too? Okay. Our policy position.
Alaitalim, because of time,
okay,
this is my concern, and this is usually my very big challenge. When you are given the task to engage with industry experts, these guys, they are very always ready to speak. We can be here till tomorrow. But since you are still with the mic, Alaitalim, all I just need to ask you, my last question for you will be, with all of this data, all of this field mission, all of these visits, all of this evidence that you've been gathering, how are you integrating all of this into useful practices? For example, how are you using all this evidence to effectively influence some of the policies that we're seeing? For example, like you say, in your own opinion, that all of the information that you have and all of the data and the evidence that you've gathered, that it's making a very good impact?
Don't forget that one of the pillars of NATIP is research, innovation, and adaptation. So we're addressing that as a challenge to get solutions to some of these concerns.
This is, this is the best and the fast question that Alaitalim has responded. And then coming back to you, Mensa, tell me please, because we are rounding up now, what lessons, just tell us like in few sentences, what are the key lessons that emerge from the question that he asked, all of the past interventions that you have and all of the evidence, and how are you also able to use all of this evidence to scale in terms of your intervention in Nigeria?
Anyway, so for IFAD, we do have a system where all the results, all the evidences, all the tools that we have sort of developed, let me use the word we've sort of identified today, conjointly or co-created with the government. We have our own repository that we store all this data, and we use those as a basis for any interventions that we would do in Nigeria. So for example, in the North, we had a program which is called, it was CAPS. It was, in the Northwest and Northeast. When we attempted to design a new project, which is the Value Chain Development Project, the design was based on the evidences and the learning that, came from CAPS, which had just ended from the same intervention area. So we do have a repository and we do have a system that we use to store. And of course, we also share this data with the government and other partners that, require.
I like to take that as the most interesting part, because all of this information you are getting, you also translate back to government to support policy influence.
Of course, and also partners if they request.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to Dr. Isiaq before I come to you, Dr. Andrea. Isiaq, how do you think, in very few words, like my last two speakers, how do you think practical accountability feedback, how do you think that can work in our modern world, especially like in Nigeria? With all of the policy framework, policy environment, how do you think, what will be the best method for you in terms of feedback?
Thank you, Briggs. I think one of the key things, one of the important things is communication. Made his remarks about not having sustainability in the manner agriculture is being managed in this country. Why? Because oftentimes we tend to centralize our effort, putting the responsibility more on the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, without, very much engaging or bringing on board the subnationals, such as the respective ministries of agriculture in the state, as well as the agriculture department at the various local government. We even tend to forget that there is an agriculture department at each of the 774 local governments. We do not engage them. We do not, ask for feedback from them. So this is the missing link, I would say. And how we will be able to address this is by bringing them on board, working with them. I mean, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture can embark on so many projects, but, due to even budget issues, they can't be able to cover for, we have 923,000 square kilometers, country size. I mean, we don't need them to tell us. We know already that they are constrained. And how can we complement, bridging the gap that their constraint create is by working with subnationals and equally working with the local government, authorities. So let us create a formalized, structured feedback mechanism where we will, be able to hear directly from the people directly, right? So I think we also need to leverage technology. We need to digitize, create a digital feedback mechanism where farmers can call to report. This is this year, this
2
is the amount
seconds,
of rainfall
Isaac.
that we have received. This year, this is the kind of pesticide we have experienced in our farm. This year, this is our issues, and those notes will be taken, and then will serve as an input in the subsequent policies or in measuring the impact of the existing policies. So,
thank you very much.
My
So before I come to Itemi, last question to Dr. Andrea. I'd just like you to talk about key lessons that have emerged from all of the work that you've been doing and how all of that is feeding into the national plan.
Yes, thank you. I think I would like to echo a little bit what Terry was talking about in some of his earlier interventions, especially in like Nigeria. We've really learned through our monitoring and evaluation systems and the continuous learning within project implementation that the private sector and really empowering the private sector is the key pathway for sustainability of the impacts we're trying to achieve. So having companies that are strong agribusinesses that thrive, that create decent employment long-term, that are resilient to shocks, that coordinate well in the pre-competitive space, that coordinate well with regulatory institutions and government institutions. That is really our vision for sustainability, and a hard-learned lesson that our entry point into value chains for agriculture and rural economic development are the agribusinesses, and how that translates to working with the government and also national priorities is very much through what I mentioned earlier in my short intervention, is that we do need effective multi-stakeholder platforms that provide governance for sectors, for value chains. These platforms cannot be driven
the government, how do we put all of this and then we're able to scale, move from pilot to scale, like you also mentioned earlier, from innovation to market?
Thank you, Briggs. I'm a management consultant by training. Few words are very difficult, but I will try. I will start from the last intervention from Dr. Andrea about MSPs. I think multi-stakeholder platforms are definitely, the way to go. Because I strongly believe that, ad hoc partnerships will collapse. And that's why we need multi-stakeholder platforms. Thank you very much. But to your question, I will make 2 points only because of time. The first one is, I think we need to make research market relevant. And I think that's speaking to one of the questions from you, sir. I think Nigerian research institutions have fantastic, world-class, science, but the translation of research into market-ready products is actually where we lose value most of the time. And you see, the private sector, for example, the private sector would want a crop variety that would do very well, fantastic, in real farming conditions, not on trials. Research will look at it from a trial perspective. That's the first disconnect and where collaboration has to happen. They want a product that can be properly processed. They want research innovations that the consumer can pay for. That's how we need to start to think about research. And I think that a good place to start is to start to formalize private sector, interactions and introductions, deliberate introductions into research priority setting. Very important. The second point I want to make is about the government.
Quickly.
Very quickly. Government should enable. Government should not implement. Government should not operate. And I'm very direct about that all the time. You see, it's a recurring dysfunction in our system that government typically wants to compete with the private sector that is supposed to be responsible for execution and business. The government cannot, and I'm saying it in capital letters, the government cannot understand business like the private sector. So when you see dysfunction or dysfunctional public-private partnerships, it starts from government's willingness to control, to operate, and at the same time to act as the umpire, the regulator and the driver of the policy. That cannot work. We need to stop that. So I'm saying that let the private sector execute. The role of the government in PPPs are very clear. Just provide the enabling environment.
Okay, Dr.
And in Nigeria,
Dr. Sevi,
let me stop there.
Thank you. It's very clear. Government is an enabler, not an executioner. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've taken so much time for this panel discussion. We will give a very, very big round of applause to the panelists. And we will also like to really thank you for listening. I know there are questions, but we do not have time. Please put your questions down, pass them to Oliver, and we'll look at it. I don't know, Oliver, do we have space to take a quick photograph with the panelists? Please. While we are arranging to take the pictures, just to also respond to you to say that there's a lot of development partners that over time really look at the numbers, look at the figures, look at the project, and redesign their projects. For instance, now, please.
So much. That's mine. Another round of applause, please. Now, I have picked from this panel, and don't quote me, government has no business doing business. Is it correct? But government must make sure businesses are doing businesses. Okay. On that, government has no business doing business. I am standing in a very, very terrible position here between people, lunch, their time, their next meetings, but I will try to manage it. And before I do that, because government has no business doing business, I have a man here that has proven to us that you can work with communities You can address conflict and still make money with everybody and not make money out of everybody. It's my greatest honor and pleasure to invite my partner in chief and a very good friend of mine, Aminu Nyaho, who is going to tell us a bit what priorities should we look into when it comes to bridging community interventions alongside policy. 2 minutes, Aminu. I know he doesn't like to talk, but I give him 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, as she rightly mentioned, I don't really like to speak, but she implored me that in the last panel, private sector was not really represented, and she wanted me to speak very briefly about what we see, the policy and the direction that it should be going. I'll just give a bit of context. We need to all realize that the people that own the land and farm the land are the farmers. And these farmers produce for all Nigerians and all communities, and government should simply just enable. I've had countless conversations with Amy. We're doing a program with him, a dairy farmer by profession, I would guess now. We aggregate milk from communities in the Northeast, about 20,000 farmers on a daily basis from 3 states in the Northeast, and we process their milk into dairy products. For me, I want to give a bit of context to the Policy Innovation Hub coming in. We need to know where we're going. That way you can create policy that can be impactful at the lowest level. Whether you be a subsistent farmer, whether you're a middle-aged farmer, and then whether you're an aggregator like myself, it's important to know that over the last 20, 30 years, I would say that policy has actually been driven towards productivity. Most of the things you hear policy are being driven towards are improved seeds sometimes, increased productivity, inclusion. These are things that are being, policy are being formulated around. But really at your level now, I would suggest from private sector that we need to start thinking a bit downstream. Most people know right now that the post-harvest losses for grains is between 15 and 25%. Post-harvest losses in fruits, vegetables, and tubers is between 50 and 70%. So if you're not seeing the impact of all the policies that you're doing in terms of increased productivity, it's actually increased losses at the back end. That's what's not making us see food security in Nigeria and other places. When we're thinking of policy now, if you ask the average farmer, are you cultivating more land for tomato? They will tell you yes. Are you experiencing more losses in tomato? They will also tell you yes. It tells you that there's a disconnect between what policy is focused on and what the actual problem is. We, as Aline has mentioned, we focus on the back end where we created a system of operation that allows local farmers who have access to no capital, have access to no collateral for financial stuff, but we're able to create a system where we created an inclusive infrastructure network that spans these 3 states, that reduces their capital overlay to participate in the formalized value chain. And while we grow, they also grow. This kind of policy thinking needs to go across all the other ones. When you hear mango losses in Benue, but your increased dependence in food concentrates. When you hear increased losses in vegetables, lettuces, tomato, increased losses in the South on cassava, but we know what the policy over the last 15 years did to cassava production. The productivity increased, but the losses also increased. It tells us that we're not actually edging towards food security. We're just losing revenue increasing our dependence in imports, and then even losing the farmer zeal to actually listen to you when you speak policy, because they are doing their part, and policies around cold logistics, policy around better road networks, policy around processing, aggregating. This is what we want to see as private sector. Because once we have those things in place, then private sector can fully exert its energy in order to give us more products that can actually get to the table. Right now, they are getting lost in the cracks. Ali, I don't talk finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That is echoing the importance of R&D, food processing as a priority policy intervention, highlighting the importance of coordination, building bridges between government intervention, private sector, and the reality of every Nigerian citizen. I'm not a mandate secretary, but I will convey. At this juncture, it's important to highlight a few outcomes of this dialogue. We've been speaking since 9, and we've been also listening to what the hub should focus on. And I'm going to take a minute to read a couple of them, those priorities. Number 1 is how can we address policy challenges around access to technology, markets, inputs, and ensure that the end users have the right one to use. Number 2 is about enhancing food security and nutrition by strengthening value chain development to address malnutrition. I think this is also, we have also understood that from both ministries that spoke, that nutrition cannot be disconnected from the overall agricultural and food security conversation. Number 3 is about climate resilient technologies that are tailored to the need of smallholder farmers. And here I would like to pause and say it is true that we do policies for everybody, but who is the end user of the policy? Does this end user even understand that policy exists for them? And can they hold anybody accountable if that policy is not being duly implemented? So this is very important for us to have the bottom-up approach in mind. Number 4 is about enabling the environment for private sector. It cannot be overemphasized. Number 5, post-harvest loss, and increasingly putting together or implementing policies that support local consumption, local processing, and that continue to ensure that the food we produce is not lost, but also adding value into the pocket of our dear farmers. Number 5 is about promoting inclusive value chain development. And there is no inclusion without resources, collective resource sharing. So I think it's important to also have that in mind or at the back of our head as we're doing that. I always say that when they say commonwealth, commonwealth is very uncommon if it's not equally distributed. There's no commonality about that wealth if it is skewed. So policy can also address that. Empowering women and youth beyond subsistence by integrating productive asset ownership, value chain development, and enterprise development. Agribusiness is still not understood as a business, not considered in entrepreneurship, and workforce development in agriculture is still at large neglected. It's very important. Women and youth are very dear to me. I'm biased when it comes to this, and I take that as a first priority on this hub. And at this juncture, it's important for me to invite Oga Oliver to come and let us know how we're gonna find the food. Before we secure everybody else, we need to secure the ones that are here. Thank you so much.
I'm an excited man today. We've had a very, very important conversation. I wish we had days to continue this conversation. I'm a researcher. I'm a program leader. I'm a country director. I do a lot of things. And one of the things that I enjoy most is listening and hearing what is coming from every one of us. I'm a go-getter as well. So this is an important element for me. I don't want to repeat what has been said towards the end by Aline. We've learned a lot of things today. And I think what she was to say, what she was to add was that we'll get back to you. We have all your contacts when you're registering. If you didn't, please leave your contact before you go. We will send a small questionnaire with about 5 to 7 questions, trying to ask a little bit more on what you think we should prioritize, so that in case we didn't find it in what has been summarized so far, we don't lose it. We want to get your opinion on what policy priorities we should focus on. So please, as we leave your contact, and we'll get the 5 or 7 questions that will come to you. What I have seen is a strong demand for policy-ready evidence. That is what we do and we will continue doing. The second thing that I've seen today is that there is the importance of being demand-driven, whatever we do, and Alina has enumerated those ones in the end, what should be the priorities. And what I've seen also is that the hub is going to be a very good platform for transformative partnerships. So as a way forward, what I'm supposed to say in 5 minutes, which I'm going to do in 2 minutes, are the next steps and what the hub will offer going forward. So going forward and building on this momentum that we've discussed today, this hub will focus on, let me say, 3 core areas. One is strengthening partnerships. The things that we've discussed today will deepen engagement with the ministries. Thank you, directors and every representative of the ministries and the agencies, and also the development partners, to ensure that we sustain collaboration and co-ownership of the solutions, and the private sector as well. The second thing is aligning our priorities. So the hub will closely work with stakeholders to identify and align the key policy priorities to ensure that the efforts are relevant, targeted, and also impactful. Finally, we work to enable the collective action. Beyond the dialogue, the hub will support concrete actions, co-creating solutions. I like the words that we've used in the last panel. Thank you so much, Briggs, Mr. Briggs, for what you coordinated, co-creating solutions. So thank you so much. We value every minute of your time, the time that you took to be with us today. And we don't take it for granted. The institutions, the organizations, the agencies that you represent, we really value. And we want to wish you the very best going forward. And we are a lot more from us as the CGIAR family. We are here to engage. We are here to co-create. We are here to provide solutions. So as we head out, the room next door has been set for us for lunch. So we can't let you go with an empty tummy after making you sit the whole time. So the room next door has been set for us. Let's use it as an interactive moment. So don't be in a hurry. Don't be on a hurry. Take time. Let's share. If you had some questions, or if you had more questions for the panelists, have another panel conversation around the dining table. And we are also here to engage. We'll be happy if you have any questions for us. We are happy to answer those questions and engage further. So thank you once again. And I wish you the very best. Bon appetit, and see you soon. See you soon. Asante sana in East Africa, we say. Merci beaucoup.